Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, September the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, thank you. So this is sort of an interesting one this morning. I was actually looking at taking this one, this DPHC. I actually had it on my watch list as a gap up. And then I noticed it doing this, almost as if news has come in, but don't see any news on it. Almost like a financing or something. But anyway, this is one of these SPACs. So this was up quite a bit. I mean, it was up at 29.43 or so, 29.55 pre-market, and now it has dropped all the way down to 25.58. Rebounded a little bit. So kind of interesting action for DPHC. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. Again, it's one of these SPACs. Another SPAC that I'm keeping an eye on is HCHC. As long as it, well, again, maybe there's something happening with the SPAC market. I don't know. This was holding very nicely, just over 13.15, was actually holding right at the high of yesterday. And of course, that would have been an all-time high. I was thinking, well, maybe, just maybe, it'll continue, but this is starting to give it up a little bit also. Take a look at another one. No, okay, I just wanted to make sure there was an overall SPAC market is just being trashed or something. Graph is up. GRAF. All right, so non-SPAC stocks, PSTV, little pharma gap up on fast track designation from the FDA. 4 million in the float. Obviously, a big area to try to get out is around that 350 to 370 mark. If it can do that, has a big void. PSTV. Yeah, that was IPOB, I think. IPOB, I believe that's that one. Pretty sure that's the news. So that, I mean, that was up to 17, has dropped down to 15. I think that's the one you're referring to, Jay. Now, I typically do not look at these ones under $1, but I know some of you do, so I just want to bring this to your attention. NVUS, getting closer and closer to $1. A couple of news, acquisition, I guess some kind of an acquisition is closed, plus they've acquired funding for $108 million. So that is NVUS, popping up way through that 200-day moving average. This could be interesting. This is not a low float, 112 million in the float. MRNS, I'm kind of waiting to see if it can break out through 350. Excuse me, gapped up on positive phase 3 results. So there is MRNS, and there's the 200-day moving average. So it's popped up way above it. It looked like it closed right at it yesterday, or just a little bit above it yesterday. So, but look at it does have some room on that monthly chart, but it is a big float. Just one moment, please. Another little pharma, ABUS, that's kind of holding. This is gapped up on positive phase 1A/1B results. And it's not a low float, 63 million in the float. Lots and lots of volume, 771,000 shares already. Probably has some resistance around that 340 mark. A couple of little, just looking here, RLGT, it's a little earnings play. RLGT, a little earnings play. Not too much volume yet, relatively low flow, 35 million. RLGT, you can see right there that it's getting right at this area here on that daily chart. 6 would be the big level for to try to take out. And that's RLGT on earnings. And on the other flip side on earnings is FRAN gapping down. FRAN gapping down on earnings. Look at this gap down now. So you look at the support 245 looks like on that weekly chart. So this has room to run down if it wants to. SBSW. SBSW. It's a nice little gap up for SBSW. The only news I see is RBC Capital initiating coverage. Other than that, I don't see any other specific news on it. It's a nice gap up, but it's a huge float, 600 million in the float. ANPC, another small bio China stock. Secured some kind of a China contract. ANPC, there's a very low float, 2.2 million in the float. And just looking, yeah, this XPEV, I know some of you might have taken this XPEV. I was talking about this yesterday on a 20 break, and it didn't do too badly. Got up to 2058. Just kind of watch it to see how well this holds 20. Okay, if you're not familiar with this one, that did an IPO here. Kind of quote unquote the Tesla of China. Is that what it is on offering? CCL, I noticed it was pretty weak this morning, CCL. Yeah, 1 billion, wow, $1 billion. And this one, I noticed this one, STSA, of course this one got absolutely crushed last week. And it was starting to gap down. It is, it's almost back to the close of yesterday now, STSA. All right, guys, I'm just going to quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if the trend continues. I've been noticing, yeah, the trend continues. More upgrades and downgrades again. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the, well, actually just some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Only 3. This is from briefing.com. All right, there you have them. John, no, it's not. No, it's not normal. Make sure if you right-click, make sure that, well, a couple things. Make sure that in the time frame it is set to live always. Okay, so right-click, time frame, and make sure it's set to live always. Are you talking about a topless window, John? And what platform am I using? Are you talking about a brokerage platform, North Pros? All right. So live always is set, and also, are you using mine or is it something else you've got? The other thing to check is make sure that you don't have the relative volume filter as one of the active filters. If you have anything, if you have the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will get no data. Okay, that's the one. Then get rid of it in pre-market. Okay. Okay, this NVUS is approaching 1 now, guys. 1 NUVS. A couple little news snippets for it. An acquisition plus a financing. So don't forget, John, to save that. Save your work. You know, when you close down your layout, make sure you save your layout. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll run into the same problem. NVUS is now right at 1. Now I did see foot, FT. I did see it here. I usually shy away from this one, but 50 million in the float. I think it's a... Let me just see here. I know there was some news on it. Yeah, FinTech and Benma, industrial science, some kind of a deal. Equity acquisition for FT. Okay, NVUS, actually, this is getting a little more interesting now. Oh, okay, Kiss Cutis. Probably going to need your... Okay, I don't think she starts quite yet, but she's definitely being this morning sometime. Well, this NVUS is now it looks like it is wanting to hold over $1. What sort of room does it have? So if you look left on that weekly chart, $1.45. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart, let's take a look at the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, you have to go. This could get interesting, actually. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart is around 137 for NVUS. So low float, 18 million in the float. Look at the volume, 5 million already, 5.7 million already. You mean you're going to put your email address here? Yes. You didn't put it. Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see your email address. Where did you put it? Oh, there it is. Just give me a second. Okay. funny, it didn't show up. It didn't show up right underneath your first post, but anyway. Okay, it's gone. All right, well, obviously, keep an eye on this NVUS. It could be a very, well, it's already pretty crazy. It's up 169%, up 64 cents. I guess the longer it holds over $1, it's going to attract more traders. Even a guy like me will take a look at this. And then HCHC, this intrigues me. If it gets back over yesterday's high, it's a nice price range. It was right there in the pre-market, drifted down a little bit. Another one of the SPACs, it'll be an all-time high. I did see Donnelly, RRD. Agrees to sell Worldwide Logistics. It's a fairly big float for a $1 stock. That's the sort of thing that is kind of dissuaded me from really paying that much attention to it. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit choppy on that weekly chart. I mean, I guess if it can take out $1.50, but it's a little bit choppy. I mean, look at the chop on the daily chart. And when I say chop, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on an intraday basis. Now, listen, I mean, obviously, if it can maintain this, it's taken care of all this mess here. But I don't know. It just doesn't look that appealing to me. I mean, it does say, okay, so selling its logistics business for $225 million, $70 million in the float. I mean, you never know. Obviously, it's going to reduce its borrowings. So it must, obviously not a debt-free type company. Look at NVUS, guys. Look at NVUS. This is getting really pretty interesting. And look at the volume that has just come in. 2.3 million shares. So this will almost for sure trade the float today. 6.9 million already, 18 million in the float. And volume is ramping up. Well, this has surprised me a little bit, this NVUS. Again, an acquisition plus a financing, I think it was $108 million financing. I remember Serve, TMX now. So it's going to look like an IPO. Thank you for that, Casa. All right, guys, and as you, guess I should have gone over this a little earlier. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, bit spotty so far the last couple of days. We had about 3 great days in a row last week. Yes, Friday and yesterday, yeah, it was okay, but nothing fantastic. However, if you want to follow it along, new channel bar in my watch list. There you go, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in a channel in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything here, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. This one will start to, you'll get alerts right when the market opens. But this one I put a delay of 15 minutes. And as always, I will be connected to the simulated trading. You want to do this, you just have to click on, if you're a subscriber, of course, and you're using our app and not the web-based version, just click on New, Brokerage Plus, and then in the connected section, just connect simulated trading. Telling somebody how to get the audio. Typically, it's just doing a refresh. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than 3 minutes. All right, so DPHC has recovered a little bit, 25.55, so it's from the lows, but $1.50 from the lows now. Very strange trading for it this morning. There's a nice little pop-up pre-market, and then all of a sudden it just started to drift, not drift down. Look at this, quite a big sell-off right there. You can see right there, big sell-off candle right there. Yes, I'm on a 3 dev, yes. I didn't mention this one, this UBX. It had, yeah, I mean, their news is announces action to focus on something else. So there's UBX, Unity Biotech. I mean, obviously it got huge, beaten up badly over here. It's a relatively low float, 27 million in the float. That is UBX. And the SPY, we will have a positive open to start anyway. Put a price alert up in this area here, 342. You can see on the daily chart, we've got 1, 2, 3 days back here where that's a level that it touched. And it looks like it's trying to, you know, if it takes that out, that'll be pretty bullish for the SPY. Can you give me one moment, please? All right, everybody, we're going to open in about 15 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And as usual, NKLA active. real tug of war now between the bulls and the bears, and now we are open. Hey, good morning, Paradox. There's that NVUS, guys, right back up. NVUS. It had been a bit of chase mode to get this one, but wow, look at XPEV. I don't know how many kept that one. XPEV, a nice move now for XPEV. The IPO here kind of fell on really tough times, but in its brief history. But it is rallying nicely now. Great day yesterday. Look at that! Look at that big green candle yesterday. Nice topping tail, or excuse me, a nice bottoming tail. All right, well, Marinus did not take out that area that I was had a press release, a price alert on. So this is actually starting to fade. This is actually positive phase 3 results, so fairly late stage results, but this is not holding at all. They actually released that news after hours yesterday. Got up to over $4. Wow, NVUS. Monster move. Look at this now, 219%. Almost a red bar ignored too. Okay, Cascutis. Kelly has received it, so hopefully she acts on this today. Well, look at VXRT. Look at this big red candle for VXRT. Had a great day yesterday. A bit of a sell-off, and now continues down. Boy, this is really down 10% now. Yeah, DPHC, I say it was a strange trader this morning. Pre-market pop, then started to drift down. Not drift down, this was a big sell-off, and then it looked like it was trying to recover. But now, another big red candle here, DPHC. Look at the volume on NVUS. As I said, this will trade, well, there it is. I said it was going to trade the float. It certainly has. 19.8 million is traded already, 18.6 in the float. So it has traded the float so far. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. LAC, Lithium Americas. Nice pop here for LAC. Probably 9 will stall it. 9.15 is the high looking left on the daily. American Airlines little pop here, not a big volume for it. Coming in, American Airlines, AAL. Look at NVUS, guys. Wow. I'm not in this one, unfortunately, but my goodness, now it's up 245%. Not shortable either for me. Yeah, I'm just looking, I'm just saying rocket here, RKT. Now, I'm going to stick an alert around just underneath 25 for this one, RKT. See if it can recover. This day, I believe, was its earnings, reaction to its earnings this day. It had really recovered quite a bit. It's really flying high. But before the released earnings, there was a bit of a sell-off, and then this is the earnings reaction. All right, EVs, guys, EVs, NIO, plug, the XPEV. Is XPEV still up? XPEV is pretty rocky, but it's next. This is not an EV, but next. Look how strong this one is. So through the 200-day again. It just looked like it sat on it. It looks like that's where it closed. Look at Next, NEXT. Wow. Another one that is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. CCL really gapping down now on that financing. Plus, it's provides a Q3 update. $2.33 billion loss in the third quarter. Meanwhile, Next is just ripping. And you know what? It's funny. It's not a low float. 108 million in the float. But this is just ripping. I don't see any specific news on it. LAC continues its move towards 9. Boy, this has room too. I mean, if it can take out 9, I mean, look at the room LAC has. Excuse me. Eno is alive. Look at the volume that is coming into Eno, INO, in a virus play. No shorts available for me for lack either. Interesting. Wow, this is an interesting one. Look at the room Apache has, APA. Look at the room it's got. It's a big float, but look at this room here. So, energy sector play. Another airline is on the move here. Save, American Airlines. How is Love doing? LUV. So LUV, if you're following the trade of the week, you know that this is now live. It didn't get over 40 yesterday, I don't believe. That's after hours, I believe. So it is now a live trade. There's a 200-day. You know, it gets through that 200-day. That's the key right now. 40.76. Look at Next. Holy. Not a low float either. It's in my watch list, but it, you know, by the time it triggers here, it's going to be so extended. Well, I'm not saying either, right? I'm just you know, alerting. It's still early. I mean, I know it's through that, but I know it's through the third SD or the third standard deviation. I know that, but on the 15 anyway. But this is still early. Wow, well, LAC now, I mean, my goodness, look at this on the weekly chart, 915. I mean, if it takes that 915, I mean, this is still has a lot of room for LAC, LAC. So there's some rippage in the airlines. Yeah, look at the airlines. Take a look at jets. There is the one of them. I think this is the main ETF for the airline industry, jets. So if you, I just again, I'm skeptical. I'm always looking to short these now on these pops. How far? Okay, now when you're saying Oxy, does this mean it's had a big bounce? So energy seems to be alive this morning. Well, look at jets. Jets. Well, we want to place a bet on the overall airline industry. There's Jets, Jets. Yeah, iPod is definitely coming back. It had a high of 17 something in the pre-market, I believe. 1702. Lots of volume coming in. We don't even have a float. I don't know what the float is. Look at XPEV. I mean, it's been a little bit rocky to start, but man, oh man, look at XPEV now, guys. Another, of course, an EV play, electric vehicle. Yeah, you're right. This is another China stock, I believe. Yeah, LI, another China stock, and it is on the another one on kind of on the road to recovery. IPO, it looks like right around here. Couple of nice days. NVUS is still strong. NVUS, it had that pullback, but it is still strong. Right at the highs now, almost at the highs. That will turn into a red bar ignored right there. So on the weekly chart, 145 is the next. I mean, look, if it takes out, I mean, it could. Takes out 145. I mean, look at the room it has on the monthly, and that is NVUS. Another airline play is SABR. Look at SABR. All right, another minute to go, or less than a minute to go before I start getting something in here. Doesn't necessarily mean we'll get anything right at 9:45, but boy, this has had a nice run also. This TCON looked like it might have been dead here or even here, but look at TCON. Of course, this started way back here, not way back here, less than 2 weeks ago at $2 for TCON. TPR, maybe some profit taking now for TPR. It's had a great 3-day run, TPR. Okay, now I know this now. This showed up here, but it's extremely extended the NVUS, obviously. All right, now this could be interesting. Omer now does have room to, look at the daily chart, maybe to the 1360 level. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, looking at the chart, there's where the next resistance is for Omer, O-M-E-R. Okay, now this one has room still. Look at the WVE. This is one from yesterday. Had a not a bad end of the day yesterday. WVE. Let's see how well it holds over 15. The low float, 29 million in the float. Look left on that month. I mean, it still has a ton of room, even on the monthly chart. 1724. Here's the next high looking left. So, I mean, it still has a ton of room. WVE. And there it goes. WVE 1502 on the alert. I do remember this one from yesterday. It was a bit choppy. It was a bit choppy even on the 15-minute chart even. WVE. What did it hit in the pre-market? 1590 in the pre-market WVE. Omer on the move here. This is what I would love to see happen for WVE. Just kind of base a little bit around 1520. Don't get so choppy up and down. Just a little bit of a base around 17 or 1520. Okay, Clovis. Wow, look at Clovis now. CLVS. I got another one that was up nicely in the pre-market. Really giving it up now. CLVS. The low of yesterday is 624 or so it still has a little bit of room to that low of yesterday's low. I may not get my wish for WVE. I just like to see it base just a little bit. There's Tycon. I know it's not Tycon. I just like saying it. Ticonderoga. Tricon. TCON. Wow. what a 3 week move this is, 2.5 week move this is from $1.70 low, 554, 540, sorry, 542. Once it took out that 200-day moving average, no stopping it. But again, now this is extended. It's kind of a late alert because I had to take out the high. Unfortunately, that it spiked high right up here in that first 15 minutes. Otherwise, we could have had it maybe down here, but that's just the way the alert works. Now this is a dividend play. I think they had a dividend, so that's why the drop, QRTEA, in case you were wondering. All right, guys, a red bar ignored, XERX, a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. But, you know, it looks like there's just pretty choppy near that weekly chart, XERS. Well, definitely a rocky start for the AI. All right, now MRNS is trying to come back a little bit here. I still have an alert set for around 360. See if it takes that out. Big gap up through the 200-day moving average. If it takes this out here, it has a little bit of room to the 4 level. It's not a low float at all. 112 million in the float. You mean the name of it? The watch list, the name of it? I'm trying to answer somebody in the YouTube feed. Well, look at FMCI. FMCI, big move here. FMCI, big move here, challenging that 25 again. I think this is just going to run away from me. WVE is just going to run away from me. Of course, another SPAC, SPAQ. This is another one that is really recovering well. So again, guys, you know, my watch list is constructed in a way in which they can be multi-day holds, not just for intraday trading. You know, a lot of they're not all going to look this dramatic, but a lot of the stocks you're going to see in my watch list usually will have room to move. Room to move, meaning they have some nice voids, gaps on the weekly and the monthly charts, daily, weekly, monthly. You know, this is obviously a huge one. WVE. Boy, this NVUS is still strong. It is just right at the high again of the day. 146, I mean, you would think this is where it's going to stall, but if it takes out 146, here's another one. I mean, look at the room it's got on that monthly chart. Meanwhile, CCL continues to sink here. My guess, of course, it's got to be dragging them all down. NCLH. And I don't think anybody is surprised that they lost money. All these cruisers lost money. I'm not sure what the magnitude of the loss was expected, but it is a $2.9 billion loss in the third quarter for CCL. Okay, guys, there's the Marinus, 337. Big area to try to get out of is around that 350 mark. I mean, they did have some, I mean, on the surface, it looks pretty good news. Positive phase 3 results. And you can see on the monthly chart, you've got a high right there at 340 and one at 350. That's why I'm saying if it can somehow clear these two topping tails, it has a shot, you know, to get to that 4 level. Okay, so a bunch of highs right there. I think I'll stick an alert right around 550 for TCON, see if it can take it out later on. And I mean, it's so extended on this daily chart now. Meanwhile, the market is really just a little bit like yesterday. Yesterday we had a long stretch. It was just kind of flat. I mean, the market is up, but it just kind of flattened out for long stretches. Meanwhile, CCL continues down here. Now, good volume coming in, guys. Excuse me, for the Marinus. There it goes. So it just took out that 365. Well, briefly anyway. Took out the 365 briefly for MRNS. Yeah, you guys were talking about BLCM. Yeah, what a nice move. Now there's the 200-day, 836, so it's getting close to the 200-day moving average. All right, well, love, it did briefly take out that 200-day moving average, but it is really not in a huge way. And again, as Real always says, this is an area. It's not just a specific data point. I mean, it is a specific data point, but it's also like consider it an area. So it really didn't take it out by that much. This is not shortable for me. So Fidelity, you have Fidelity also, don't you, William? Interesting. Sort of had a dearth of shorts this morning for me at Interactive Brokers, some of the ones that I was looking at. All right, I'm watching this NCLH to see if this holds to 17. If not, I think I'm going to take a short on this one maybe. In sympathy play with CCL. Maybe getting down back. Well, it looks like it's popping over 17 now. It looks like it's mirroring somewhat anyway. NCLH is mirroring somewhat CCL. CCL sort of stemmed the flow a little bit of the downward move. Now look at Nautilus, NLS. Nautilus is having a nice run. What is Peloton doing? PTON. Usually you can follow along. Yeah, PTON not doing too badly. This is after earnings last week. Recovering. Was down yesterday, but it looks like it's trying to recover today somewhat. Now the SPY is putting a little bit of a move on. So this should help some long plays, putting a little bit of a move on. Okay, wow, look at CKPT. CKPT had a big day on Friday. Kind of a resting day yesterday, CKPT. It's not a low float, 45 million in the float. Boy, rippage now, CKPT, and now you would think, I always have to say that, you would think there's going to be some resistance right around this area, which is just, just over 4. Now this one is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Talk about a teaser press release. Checkpoint Therapeutics to release significant drug data at this week's ESMO Congress, poised to deliver an important update on the drug's efficacy and tolerability. So the bets are being placed. That is going to be great news at this conference. But look at this potential area right here, guys, on that monthly chart. All right, CKPT just hanging just underneath 4 now. All right, guys, I did take a short on this one. I'm going to it's going to be a very tight stop on the CKPT. Maybe just a little bit over 4, and that's it. So I might get stopped out very quickly, but thought I'd take I'm at a 397 short to the CKPT. I may get stopped out quickly. A lot of volume still coming in, so I'm just waiting on this one. Doesn't get into the 380s pretty soon, I'll be bailing. It's dividend news and stuff, TORPS or QRT. Come on, do something. Take me out. Talking about the CKPT, take me out of it, or but do something. And CLH is still moving down. So guys, I'm sort of treating this like a bit of a scalp short, okay? I've taken some out at 388 from 397. You know, I'm not completely convinced it's going to collapse, so the Williams School of Investing. All right, the tile container. Now this, take a look at this one. Let's see, on the monthly chart, 515, 519. All right, I'm sticking an alert around 520. I'm going to create a price alert for 520 for TCS. You can see if it can take out these two little highs on the monthly chart. It has a lot of room if it wants to keep running. Yeah, ABUS is on the move. I do have it. I have a thumbnail, so I do see that it's on the move and some good volume coming in. Positive phase 1A/1B data. That was the reason for the move. It has room till maybe around that 350 mark. It's not a super low float, 63 million in the float. All right, CLSK, the pre-market highs, we're up here around 1027. It's close. CLSK, nice move so well. That's only 2.3%, but Fred in the YouTube feed was talking about that one a little earlier. Look at FMCI. I mean, that's so choppy these SPACs can be. I mean, look at this, all the way down here, pops all the way up there. So that's 25. You know, these are just not confidence-inspiring moves. You know, you'd like to see something a little more smooth. There's the ABUS. And MRNS on the move here. So there was the alert, 337. Here's the alert for ABUS, 306. TCS, 515. I'm still waiting on a break of, say, 520. WVE. So actually the watch list has performed pretty well this morning after I kind of slammed it this earlier this morning. So I had a couple of indifferent 2 days. There goes MRNS. In a big way now, guys. There's the alert, 337. What's a spread like in that one, the ATNX? Okay, well, listen, this is surprising me a little bit here, the CKPT. Let's see if I can get it down to a 374. William, did you take a CKPT? It seemed to be right up your alley. What? Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and boy, we've got some really good little winners now from the watch list. Obviously, the MRNS and the ABUS percentage, big percentage moves now. All right, now this TCS is really interesting here. I mean, look at this. It's right at the 520. So the high of this month was 519, as I said before, at 515. So let's see if it can rest just a little bit. What's the volume? The volume is not huge. I mean, for it is trading 3.8 times normal. It's a low float, 17 million in the float. Spread is okay, 2 cents. So I've got a lot of things going for it, TCS. Yeah, I don't have very much left of the CKPT. You know, I was hoping it would get down. It actually almost triggered where I put a price alert. STKL, another one. Look at Synopta. Synopta. Probably a big float. Yeah, fairly big float. Not huge, but 85 million in the float. I don't like this monthly. It looks like a little too much resistance nearby. All right, can I put my levels here? 397 is where I shorted. Covered some just under here, 388 and a 380. Don't have very much left. Almost got to my price alert. All right, GIII, what are you doing? TCS inching up here. Choppy. Yeah, look how choppy these are. I mean, this looked like it was going to continue down. What is CCL doing? Is it recovering also? Yeah, so it is recovering also. So NCLH kind of mirroring CCL. My guess is RCL is doing the same thing. Yeah, they're all doing the same thing. Well, it's up to you, PG, on the AI and LAC. It's up to you. I mean, it's in the price range I like, but probably has to take out 886. It's too close for me. It's too close to that whole number of 9, and that's the interest. TCS guys, maybe getting a little extended here, but still looks good. Lots of room now. TCS has a lot of room. Could be, I mean, again, if you're looking for potential swings, I'm not saying to take this one. I'm just saying look at the monthly chart. It does have room. All right, so last week's high for GIII was 1479. So I'm going to stick an alert there, see if I can take that out a little bit later. That's for the GIII. MRNS still very impressive with that 112 million shares in the float. Very impressive. Who knows, maybe this will trade the float today. 48 million already. You would think, though, that there's going to be a lot of resistance in this area. I mean, that's still over 4. All right, so hopefully if you took that A bus, you sold some out. There's a big topping tail right there. SGMS, let's take a look at SGMS. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. The question was, would I consider a short of SGMS? Now the SGMS, somebody better refresh my memory. Wasn't the buyout, was it at 29 or the merger at 29 or whatever it was yesterday? Is it right at that price? Or was it 30? I can't remember what the price was. You guys remember what the merger or buyout, or not the buyout, that's right, 35% stake, or is it $28? $34.9% stake in a deal, average of $28 a share. So it is above. So it's above the price now. You know, maybe it'll drift down to 28. You know, I mean, if somebody said, well, you've got to take this short, well, I guess you could take it and you just put a stop at the high of the day. So the price, the key price is 28, so it is above that 28 now. So, I mean, can't possibly know if it's pacing for another run, but yeah, guys, I mean, I missed the boat on my WVE, but 1502, 1570 now. You know, I was hoping for a base right around that 1520 mark, and it just didn't do it for me. It just took off. So WVE. Yeah, so this one, yeah, this turned right around. 550, 542, turned right around. Uh, this is on my watch list. It has 0 volume. Vista, VSTA, made the watch list as a potential short. You can see what was happening right here. I thought maybe if it could really collapse, but it has no volume, VSTA. That's why it's not, it will not trigger. Let's take a look at it, max and M. Geez, I'm so slow today. Look at this one, 1661, 1608 now on the watch list. Watch list has performed very well today. Thank you, the dreamer. 10:30. Well, what a morning. Well, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format. Mondays and Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. If you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, I'm sharing many scans. You can click on the Scans tab within this trading room. If you're in the YouTube feed, you'll see a lot of links. When you signed into the YouTube feed, you should see a lot of links, and those are all the scans that you see here. You can also access the scans from the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. All those scans will go to a Word document. You can pick and choose what you like later on. And all you have to do is copy the link. If you've copied the link, then File, Load from Cloud, and the link will appear in the box, and just load it. And the other links that I'm going to talk about, some training links, you can download them here also. Do you want to talk a little bit about our subscriptions and how much Trade Ideas costs? All right, so if you click on there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on my homepage link, you will be brought to this page, and there it is. There's the promo code right there. Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have a premium annual, $22.68 a year, and a standard, $10.68 a year, minus 15% promos. The big difference is the AI, which is not having a good day at all today. But that is the big difference if you're looking to get our premium service, is because you want to have access to the AI. You don't have to start off, there are some other differences, but that's the main difference. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can always try us out. Try us out on the standard monthly, $118 a month, less that 15%, or the $228, less the 15%. And again, that discount's only good for the first month. If you decide you want to upgrade and you do it within, actually you don't even have to do it within 30 days. If you want to upgrade, we'll honor the 15% promo code. All right, well, I still have a little bit of the CKPT left, so it is now starting to drift down further. I have to pick William's brain why he didn't take that one later. So the other links, when you click on my homepage, my daily recap, first of all, the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. My daily recap, I usually start around 105, go to about 120. It's a recap of what's happened in the trading room up to that point. A lot of training links in both these 2 links. In fact, I know I keep saying this. I should put something else in here because these are basically duplicates. But Monday through Friday, we have daily webinars. But first, we have the 20 lessons in 20 days. I do want to put that link on its own. I'm going to go over that. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would heartily recommend that you look at that. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can at least see some of our basic features. 20 lessons in 20 days. The daily support lessons from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. Of course, the free trading room. Here are the daily webinars. Sign up for them all, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. and a lot of educational videos right here. So I do want to talk about the 20 lessons in 20 days. Okay, so if you click on the 20 short lessons, this is what you'll see. You know, track your favorite stock. What is a top list? Build a top list. What's alert window? Create one, etc., etc. There's not videos. They're just really quick text-based. Tells you a lot of our basic features and how to set them up. So if you're new to trade ideas, please, I think you really should take a look at this. Click on that link and take a look at the all these different features that we have and how to build them. I do want to go over the AI and then Brokerage Plus. It's turning into a nice little, one more little leg down, even though I don't have that much left from the original position. This will turn into a great little short for me, CKPT. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. So what happens is, once the market closes today, the AI gets to work on optimizing the 50 baseline strategies that we have. So that's what happened after hours yesterday. And once the optimization routine was finished, these are the strategies that made the cut, making the cut, typically meeting the right profit factor and win percentage combination. If you have the AI, what I would do is this. I would click on new, excuse me, AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you have that window, this is what you'll see. You just wait for the alerts to happen. As I say, not a great day for the AI, but you stop outs almost immediately. But you know, every day is different. Of course, it's in the long run. You're not looking. You know, if you look at it on a day-to-day basis, you know, some weeks will be better than others. But overall, statistically, it gives you usually a pretty good return. And you're presented with the entry price, you know, it's a real-time entry, and you have a stop. After that, you manage the trades as you see fit. I'm looking at this one, because there was a re-entry on that one. I'm going to keep an eye on this one later on, ATNX. PSTV was one of the ones on my watch list. Watch list has been really good today. I mean, they're not all going to be winners, but NVUS, let's see what it did after the alert. So really nothing. Omer, 1242. Yeah, not that much, but then you get WVE, 1502. Got up to 1587. This one did nothing really. 542. Got up to 551 before it really dropped. This one, 337, got up to almost 4. ABUS, had to be quick on this one, 306, got up to 340. TCS, 515, is still sitting at 539. I don't think this one has really moved. Yeah, I'm interested in this one if it can take out yesterday or last week's high. So all in all, I think certainly on a percentage basis, we had some tremendous winners. AMAXN, I don't know if it's recovered yet. Yeah, it's recovered, but initially 1661 on the short. And it got down to 1603, another nice percentage winner. All right, I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. To load the Brokerage Plus window, just click on New and Brokerage Plus. And this is the window that you'll see. You can use Broker Plus in one of two ways. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to it, and then you can, from within Trade Ideas, you can trade. Once you're connected to your Interactive Brokers account, I'm going to put a video link, which is going to show you exactly how you can do all that. Okay, it's a long video, it's about 27 minutes long, but it goes into all the aspects of how you can use Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers to trade your account. The other big way to use it is as a simulation trading module, paper trading. If you are new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. It uses our real-time data, has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. You don't even need a brokerage account. All right? Wow, look at this one is really turning into a nice winner for me now. So in order to, it's very, very simple to use it. All you have to do is click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to go in at. If you are shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. And that is the paper trader. Okay, so let me just demonstrate how easy it is to do. Let's take the GII, okay, with GIII, sorry, we'll take it. Take a couple hundred shares. Spread is a couple pennies, so I'm going to go in at the market. You know, it's not a big deal. So entry got me in at 14.59. I can now ahead of time always know what your stop is. I'll put a pretty wide stop on it, just let it play out a little bit, okay? And the low right here, the low of that 15-minute candle or right there. 14.45, actually that's not that wide. Maybe down here, 14.29, so I'm going to add the stop. Of course, ahead of time, you should know what your stop is. I'm just kind of winging it right now. So you'll see that stop will appear right on the chart. Okay, right there, you see the stop. So if the price goes, if it goes down to 14.29, it'll take me out for a $59 loss. I can put a target. Let's put 15 as a target. I think this is an IPO, guys. SAIU just opened. Okay, so I just put the target. So you can see right on the chart, it says $83. It says $83. So again, if I let this stock go to 15, it'll take me out for an $83 gain in the simulator. You can use this like a trailing stop. So let's just say that the trade starts to work well. I can start moving this line up. You know, I can move it anywhere I want. Typically, you put it at an area on the chart where it looks like there's support. So if it dropped down through support, you'd get out of the trade. You don't have to use and the same thing with the target. Of course, if it starts approaching the target and you don't want to get out of the trade, you can start moving your target line. I'm having no issues with IB, not that I can see. Now, of course, you don't have to use the chart. You can always just, if you want to get out of a trade, these are hotkeys. You can flatten your trade. You can get out of half your trade. You can double your position. Of course, I can pick how many shares. If I wanted to trade some shares out, I just put how many shares I want to trade, pick the price I want to get out at. So, I mean, it's a great simulator. Okay, and again, it uses our real-time data. All right, what is happening now? Let's see what's happening to the TCS, bus. So there's a 3-bar pullback, maybe a 4-bar pullback on the Marinus. Yeah, GI, look, yeah. GI starting to, GIII starting to move here. There was the alert, 1464. I think it's just 1479 is last week's high. That might be the struggle to get through. All right, I'm all out of, excuse me, I'm all out of the CKPT now. Great little short. All right, guys, key area for GIII now. Right at last week's high. Meanwhile, VXRT is really taking a header here. So we're getting close now to yesterday's low, fairly close. Zach, you talking the Jetsons here. I was short. I've covered. Right up here in the, I put it in the announcements. All right, guys, what's happening with PBA? Pembina Pipeline. Again, this is a dividend play. Okay, it looks devastating here, but it's really a dividend play. So, all right, this should, oh, I was just going to say, this should start triggering. I have a minimum volume of 150,000 for it to trigger in here, so I see it just snuck in. MIC or MCFT. Now, to be honest, this I said it. This was actually a short bias. Okay, this is why I made my watch list yesterday. Look, wanting to see if it could continue down. However, it looks like it's trying to have a bounce, but look at the day. It looked like it stalled right at the high, excuse me, of 3 days ago. 1847. What did it get to? 1847. Amazing how that works. So it stalled right at the high of 3 days ago. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert a little bit above it, 1854. See if I can take that out. And of course, if it does, man, look at all the room it's got potentially to start recovering a bit. All right, guys, I'm just kind of, oh, look at, okay, JNCE, what are you doing? Oh, geez, just look at this on the 15-minute chart, JNCE. Big area, I mean, big area. Look at that monthly chart, a high of 10. I mean, the next high on the monthly chart is 1182. JNCE, look at the volume, super, actually, I'm sorry, that's the monthly volume, that was today's volume. Still pretty good. I mean, 1 million shares with a 16 million float. And the volume has been very steady. Look at that 15-minute. Look at all this volume here. Very steady volume on the 15-minute chart. Well, look at John's JNCE. Is there any news on this one? I don't know if this is just a sympathy play with the IMMU from yesterday and Gilead. There's Nautilus. I was mentioning Nautilus earlier, NLS. And if you take a look at that daily chart, next high looking left is 1680 or so. Well, there's actually sort of a red bar ignored right here for NCLH. I just don't like these. What is now? What are they? What is American Airlines here? Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. How many times does this happen? You know, look at that initial 15-minute candle, and then the drop. My guess is they're all going to look like that. Yep, they're all looking like that. That initial, for whatever reason, there was a bit of euphoria for the airliners in the first 15 minutes. And then the next 15-minute candle, all red. And my guess is Jets is going to look something like that, which it should. Yep, look at this. I'm surprised the cruisers didn't look a little more like that, but yeah, I mean, there's a red bar ignored for CCL on the 15-minute chart. True red bar ignored. All right, so this is an IPO, probably at 10. I usually shy away from the ones that end in U. All right, guys, there's that MCFT, and it is now at that high right here, MCFT. It says room, still has room, MCFT. Okay, so GIII have struggling just a little bit to get through that high. So I'll show you how easy it is to get out of a trade. Just highlight it and flatten. Okay, so I'm out of the trade. Now, I mention this every day. I like to have this max P&L and the distance from the exit price. I like these two columns. So what this tells me is that when I was in the trade, the max I could have got out so far was around $52. So I closed for 38. All right, so I mean, is that not terrible? But and also the distance from the exit price. So what we want to see is we want to see a big negative number here. What that means is that what that would mean is that from where I got out, the stock dropped, which would be good, of course. That means, this is a good way to kind of gauge how well you're exiting trades. If this was a huge positive number, you'd be going, wow, okay, I left a lot on the table as an example. The same with this. Meanwhile, TCS, another leg up. All right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. What time is it right now? 11:05. Yeah, I'll be back at about 11:05. All right, guys, I'm back. I mean, SPACs. Look at. I mean, look at what happened with Diamond DPHC. Nice pre-market action. Market opens. Looked like there was almost news or something. It was just a steady sell. Got all the way down to 25, and now it's back up to 29. A $4 swing right there. TCS, another new high here. Market really not doing too much. It's putting in a little bit of a run here, but not too much. Market open, and it's just kind of been hanging around this area. Nice. Let's take a look at the Qs here. So starting to get, I mean, it's still well down, 303, so it's still, it's still down from these highs. And all of a sudden we had all these 3 days. But even Friday, I mean, Friday it looked like it was going to be a huge continuation down. Now again, guys, this looks worse than it is. I mean, this $5 drop, this QRTE is I didn't read exactly what is going on, other than I know it's some kind of it's a dividend. Well, I guess that answers your question. Who asked me that? Oh, our mill. That answers your question about the. I mean, I guess you could have taken a little bit of a short here, but look at SGMS, and it is just nicely. Not, I don't want to say recovering, but the $28 is the 30, I think the 35% stake at $28. So it is now above almost $2 now. And that's the SGMS. This was yesterday's news. Well, this turned ugly, didn't it? TCON. I mean, it still looked good pre-market. Had a nice little pop, and now just a big sell-off for TCON. I mean, you have to remember, 3 weeks ago, this was a $1.60 stock that hit $5.50 this morning. BIOC, what did this one do? Another one that's just basically straight up on the 15s, coming right into the 200-day moving average, 485. I mean, that could just stop it in its tracks. You can see that's the high of a few days ago, 485. There it is, 485. So this is what, in case you're wondering what Zach is saying. So he's short selling SGMS, all right? And he's putting in a stop. I'm assuming he's putting in a stop at the high of the day. If you're new and wondering what that means, short sell, SS, short sell, the symbol and versus the high of the day. So I'm assuming that's what you meant, Zach. That's what you mean. All right, well, still the challenge. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The 200 days up here. I thought it was here. It is here, 485. I'm sorry. I thought it was 475 for some reason. So it's right at the 200-day BIOC, right at the 200-day moving average. It's quite an unreal move. It is quite an unreal move for top. I mean, look at this. 3 weeks ago or so, 27th. So about 3 weeks ago, 27th. This was a $14 stock. Basically, it's almost doubled now. TUP. Nice paradox. All right, guys, I am in this little short here, and of course my stop has to be the just over the 200-day moving average. Okay, so I have a very tight stop on the BIOC. And see if that stalls it again. I'm in at 478, so I'm sorry, 479 on the BIOC. And there's the 200-day, so pretty tight stop. But if it gets into the 80s, I'm out. I just want to see if it can maybe move down to the low of that candle. Wow, JNCE over the whole number now, 11. At least it was. You know, guys, I didn't mention this one. I am actually in this QRTEA on a short, and one of the I wanted to see if I'd get a fill quickly. You know, I mean, again, looking like it is down 40 odd percent, 45%, instant fill. So again, I'm not sure. Instant fill. It was more just a test to see if I could get it. You know, I was wondering if this uptick rule really was an effect on a dividend play like this. Meanwhile, JNCE back up, and I mean, this has room. What's the high looking left? Again, that's 1182, the high looking left for JNCE. That's on the monthly chart. I don't think there's any resistance until you get to that point. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Another one that's had like a great third week. Double, more than a double. Wow. Oh yeah, I haven't really seen this one the last 2 days or the last 2 weeks. It hasn't really showed up on my radar. Today, big. Look at that candle. You guys are too funny. Yeah, so John, I mean, there's no way you can know that a stock is going to keep going. The only thing I do is I just, everything I see is making a new intraday high, right? So I don't have to worry about today's resistance. So, the only clue you can have is, okay, stock's made a new high today. What sort of room does it have on the higher time frames? That's the only thing, in my opinion, you can do to try to gauge whether or not a stock can still have some more forward progress. So it's a matter of looking at. That's why I have these charts here. So I mean, you just have to look at the monthly chart. I mean, look how much room this has. Again, I'm not. So you don't have. You're just taking. What you're doing is you're taking one of the aspects of why a stock will not go up or possibly will not go up out of the equation, which is chart. I mean, look at Red Rock, RRR. I mean, you look at a weekly chart, it has room up to 27. Probably it's going to look the same on the monthly chart. And it's just over the whole number, 19. Nice volume. So that's my recommendation is to have the higher time frames, and then you can always check to see what sort of room does the stock still have if it wants to keep moving. No guarantees, of course. I mean, look at TCS. Again, you look left on that monthly chart. I mean, the next area, well, okay, if you look right there, the next area is 616 or so. But right there is a resistance area, probably a bigger one. So it's just a matter of, just have these time frames up. My goodness, I missed this one. Red Robin, 1366. Gets up to 14. Wow, 14. What was the spread like? Yeah, it's a good spread too, 2 cent spread. So it would have been easy to get this one. RRGB, completely missed it. I'll put a big check mark for the watch list today. I gave it a little bit of grief early this morning before the market opened. There you go, big check mark for you. Okay, I'm just fooling around, guys. Meanwhile, Johns, JNCE, wow. I mean, you're in chase mode here. Maybe an argument right there, you know, a little bit of a base on the fives, and then the pop, 1060 gets you in. Yeah, this just made a new high, MRNS. And you know, this is very much like yesterday with what the market's doing. Yesterday, the market kind of did the same thing, the pop in the pre-market, and just kind of holding all day. Not really, no significant moves up or down after the pre-market pop. Well, it depends how you want to define well. Okay, I mean, it is, hi, by the way, Arm, welcome. Um, I mean, it's a PC-based program. So I am going to put this little blog that was done. This is for Mac users. So we do have a web-based version, okay? It's not as robust as the app that you see here, okay? If you don't care about having this Brokerage Plus module, which allows you to paper trade, then you know it's maybe not it's not the end of the world. Virtually everything you see here you can duplicate with the web-based version. There are some other differences, but that's the big difference. No access to what we call Brokerage Plus. A lot of our Mac users, including people who work at Trade Ideas, what they do is they use an emulation program like Parallels, and then they can, use the app. Or, and if you watch that blog, that video that I sent you, some are using Amazon Web Services or equivalent, AWS or equivalent. So I think the web-based version is fine as long as especially if you only have a single monitor. If you're just using one monitor. The reason I say that is because with the app, I have 3 monitors. You know, I can easily shift windows around. Okay, guys, I mean, here's another one. I mentioned this earlier that the watch list is designed, yeah, I mean, you can certainly intraday trade, but I mean, these are designed, why they make my watch list in the first place is that a lot of them will have some room to run, you know, multiple days. I don't think I put, sorry, I think I forgot to put the blog, the Mac user thing in here. So if you want to watch this, there you go. For all you Mac users out there. Well, it's been a fast morning, as usual. So tomorrow could be an exciting day for IPOs, guys. The big one, I guess, is snow. The only problem I have with snow is that it is going to be opening probably north of 100. So the one I'm more interested in is maybe this step. I don't know why I'm putting them in here right now. So those are two IPOs. Both have some good pedigree behind them in terms of in terms of who is behind them. So we've got Goldman Sachs and Morgan and JP Morgan, I think, with the snow, and I think also the same. It's definitely Goldman Sachs is in step, and a couple other big heavyweights. So could be very interesting to see what happens with those two tomorrow, especially the step. The step looks like it'll open a little more reasonable price. Yeah, I agree, but you know what? It would surprise me if you see 200, you know. But I agree. It's out of the price range that I like. But I also remember passing on Beyond Meat because I thought it was too expensive at 45 that opening day. Of course, we all know what it did. Yeah, I remember this is the month it opened about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and you could have bought all you wanted at around 42 to 45. All right, guys, I'm a little bit interested in the L-Way to see if it can get back up here. The volume isn't great, though. I mean, for it's only 4 million in the float. It's trading 10 times normal. So So let me see if this gets back up to, say, the 740s for the L-Way. Where are they out of? It is not halted, no. Here's an IPO, guys. OM. OM. Let me take a look at who's behind this one. Actually, guys, this is not bad. Keep an eye on OM. Well, it's expensive though. Again, another one. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs. Actually, I thought my eyes played tricks on me. I thought that was $15. And it's a little bio, not a little, it's a bio. Nine million shares. 9 million shares. Let me just refresh my memory again on the step for tomorrow. So we've got JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Barclays, and UBS. I have a feeling this is sort of a SPAC. I may be wrong, but that's right. This is kind of the cool one, guys. This could be really, really interesting tomorrow. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. There was another one that is kind of a SPAC that I thought was opening. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. But I think it could be interesting. It's only price range is 15 to 17. I'm sure it'll probably easily probably trade into the 20s. There's only 17 million in the float, so 17 million. Well, we'll have to see. It opens tomorrow. All right, leeway right back up. LWAY right back up. With the CKPT, I mean, it gave me a nice little short, but it has come right back. It has come right back up. Boy, this is almost a red bar ignored forming too for the leeway. Let's see, this just has to get above the high here, 747. The red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for LWAY. Well, there's a red bar ignored for CNK. Great looking trend up. Red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Next bar is green. and sort of the continuation of the trend. Cinemark, of course, cinemas. What are the other ones doing? MCS is one that. So AMC, CNK. Yeah, it just has to take out that high, really. I think it could get running again. Not a lot of volume, but I mean, relative, yes, and it's a low float, so never know what can happen to LWAY. Just has to get above that high, 747 again. It's a bit of a spread. All right, give me a moment, please, here. I have to change my headset. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. All right, so this BIOC, kind of lost sight of it. I should have taken some out here. 479, I'm in this short. Interesting pattern, a little wedge forming. Are they going to go up or is it going to go down? Oh, keep an eye on IMXI, International Money Express. IMXI underneath has room to move. Kind of an interesting couple of days. Look at these topping tails. Another new high for TCS. There goes, wow, checkpoint, CKPT, right through 4 now. Now, to me, this has a lot of resistance in this area. Big volume day for it, 4 times normal. Oh, TCS, what a move. All right. Excuse me. Little leg down now for BIOC. Now we're getting somewhere. Next support might be around that 450 mark. All right. Okay. A couple of little shorts for me have worked out very well. All right, I've just covered some at 460 area from 479. How about William? Did you do that one? The BIOC, William, probably didn't meet quite your standards because there was not a big, well, actually, a little bit of one. It was more for me about the 200-day moving average, 485. That's what got me into it. Yeah, that's what I figured. I thought it was maybe not going to meet your criteria, but I looked at that 200-day and I thought, you know what? Look where it's stalled there 4 or 5 days ago. Look like, and it stalled there again. So took it just underneath it and with the stop right there. So go leeway. Yeah, great day for the watch list. All right, I have to see who's on today in the YouTube feed. I don't understand. These lives have been game changing for our trades. Sure, I understand that. There were 7 alerts and not a good day for the AI. No, not configurable. No. But if you're not auto trading it, I mean, you can just choose not to take the trade if it's outside of your price range or volume requirement. I would not be auto trading it anyway, so that's my opinion, and I'm going to stick to it. So you don't get so many trades that you can just when you get an alert, if you don't like what you see in terms of the price range or the volume, then just pass on it. Well, I hope you got out. Well, I don't know what you're doing in this one now, William, but CKPT. So maybe coming into some resistance right around here. But look at the move it made. Just choose the exchange farm. So you right click on the alert window, configure, and where it says exchanges, just choose, you have your three right here, pinks, and the two OTCs. The question was, how do you configure for pink sheet stocks or OTC? Okay? Just a matter of selecting these exchanges. All right? So again, right click on an alert window, configure, and then exchanges. Well, guys, this has been a great day. So where could this one go, leeway? I mean, you look at the monthly chart and, the next resistance area is just over 10. I'm not saying it's going to get there. And we have a couple of topping tails now. So if you're in this one, just be a little wary of those two topping tails right here. 5-minute chart. How are the Qs doing? Still holding tight? Yeah, a little pullback there, but still holding steadily. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just going to put my announcement in. So I'll be taking my break. This one just keeps drifting down. I'm sure people don't quite understand why it's down 47%, and that's all. Well, here's another one. QTNT, I mean, it takes out that whole number, 5. You look left on that daily chart. Next area is down here around 430, QTNT. Yeah, I've already taken some out at 460, my short. And I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, well, in about a minute or so. So I think I'm just going to cover it. Yeah, so I'm all out of the BIOC short. Okay, Steve, I'll stop my feed right now. Thanks.
All right, I hear my fingers tapping the keys. Let me go ahead and mute the YouTube. And like last week, let me double check that my mute is off and you guys can hear me. Hello, everybody. All right, hello, everybody. Hi, happy day. Yes, hello, hi. Good to know you guys can hear me. I think some of you might be coming in from Char's Discord room, and welcome. This session is usually just open forum, whatever people want to talk about, and I would assume there are some newbies that are new to trade ideas, meaning trade ideas newbies, not market newbies, or maybe both. But I'm here to help with trading ideas, and more importantly, how to use our product called Trade Ideas and configure it for your liking. I see Farm Trader in here. He got the first question in. How do you configure for OTC? Well, there's a couple things you can do. I actually have this scan here, and I like it. It's called Jam Down Microcap, and so in the title, as you can see, microcap is in the title, and so let's explore what this one looks like. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the room. Let's right-click and configure. And this is the main control panel. If you're a TI user, you've got to get familiar with this window. So this is where it all happens. The tab of search is our drill down. If we want to find out, do we have something for standard deviations? Well, we sure do. All you have to do is type it in and see what we have. But in this case, we're going to talk about our event. And our event in this case is a new low. Now you're probably wondering, why am I looking to buy stocks that are making a new low? Well, I'll give you that concept in a moment. But here is where we start to do some of the OTC configurations. Yes, Beta Pup, there is a Discord room, and I don't know if Shar or anybody else from the room is in here. You're welcome to drop a invite to Mr. Beta Pup if he wants to join the group. It's a good group because everybody's been vetted. There's no trolls in there. All right, so notice first off, price. That's a no-brainer. minimum 1 cent, maximum $5. This is the universe we're scanning for. I'll get to these other filters in a moment, but if we go to exchanges, this is probably the number one thing, farm trader, that you're going to want to consider. We've got tabs for the main exchanges up here, but if you want pink sheets, OTC or OTC, I don't even understand what half of these are. You guys probably do. But these are the checkboxes you want to enable. So now you are going to be scanning the lesser markets. If they're not on the bigger NASDAQ, they might be on some of these OTC boards. But that's the second thing you want to do. Now, what am I scanning for here? Let's see what's come through, if anything, today. Okay. Let me get my pen out. I neglected to get my teacher's pen. All right. So I want to highlight your eyes to this arrow right here. This is my 15-minute chart. And this is basically that daily chart right there. What I'm scanning for are stocks that are in a good uptrend, under $5 here. Okay. So pretty good uptrend on this one. AXU, never heard of it, but it came through. I'm interested, as you guys may have heard, or maybe haven't heard, the 10-day simple moving average is my one and only main indicator. I'll use some others on the daily, but the 10 shows me momentum and shows me that momentum is still intact. When it breaks that line, we start to lose momentum. Over here on the intraday, I use also a 10-period chart. But notice this low of the day here. Well, what was that low? 291. Let's mark that up. 291. Okay. So this is a contrarian indicator. I'm asking the system to show me stocks that are in a good uptrend here on the daily. But in the moment, usually in the first half an hour of the day, the sellers come in and they drive the price down, or the algos, I should say, drive the price down into my favorite daily simple moving average. So let's go back to the scan here. Let's turn those off. And in my filters, notice that I have a change from the 10-day simple moving average. Notice I also have change in 20 days. Over the last 20 days, it's got to be up 20%. So that kind of ensures I have a decent looking chart. But this is the key right here. No more than 0.1% below the 10-day simple moving average, and no more than 0.05% above. This is my little window right here. I'm only going to see a new low when it taps on that window, which is pretty much right here on the 15-minute and pretty much right there on the daily. Now, this isn't really a great example. I could probably find some others. Let's see if there was anything good yesterday in here. Doesn't look like anything came through yesterday, perhaps. Oops. Let's just do the all function. Okay. And if we go back, look at that. Okay, you see this little arrow right there? That was the moment it sold off and touched. It was 2 days ago, but look at the arrow. Look at that, right on the 10-period moving average. So this is just one example of how you can use trade ideas, which, by the way, the specialty of this program is real-time analysis. And let me tell you why it's so special. There's probably about 8,000 or so different symbols in our stock universe, and Trade Ideas has a database on each one of those symbols. And in that database, we are monitoring in real time all of these data points. Ready? Here we go. New highs, new lows, crossed above, crossed blah, 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 more stuff. And then we get the filters. The blue and the purple are the filters. Every single one of these is a data point on a spreadsheet, for lack of a better word, data sheet, data set on every symbol. And so by doing that, we're constantly scanning the current market environment versus what the database of that symbol shows. So we can start to see things like 5-minute volume jumping off the table. Let's see if we can find anything that's maybe doing some good 5-minute volume. Here we go. Okay. This is our single stock window. When I bring up any stock, a lot of data points come into view here. 4.4 means this stock LAC is doing against our database. It is doing 4 times normal volume for this time of day. Big thing to know, and the only way we would know that is if we catalog and database the time of day and the shares traded in each stock symbol, then we can quantify what a relative volume reading means. Additionally, on our platform and our architecture, we can measure 5-minute volume. This 5-minute candle is doing 8 times normal volume. It just dropped down to 6 times. Likewise, on the 1-minute candle, we're doing about 8 times normal volume. So these are normal 100% would be normal 5-minute, and 100% would be normal 1-minute. So if you are a momentum trader and looking for things making new highs, you really, really want to see these types of numbers coming through. Stocks don't tend to follow through on full momentum when they hit resistance levels and don't really have the oomph behind it to push through. Oh, hello, Sharmila. She made it. Somebody was asking about a invite to your Discord room there, Shar. Beta pup. Oh, well, let's see here. Just pulled this one up off of our AI to try and find some good volume examples. But what else is it showing me? This is why I pound the table as loudly as I can on the 10-period SMA. LAC got ahead of itself on the open, which happens a lot. But if you panicked out and sold right here on this 10-period moving average, you're kicking yourself right now. What you should be doing is using this area right here as your entry. These are the best type of intraday entries I have ever seen. A stock that gaps up or runs up, gets ahead of itself, pulls back and finds that line, and it literally collects the buyers right off that line. And the nice thing about it is if you're wrong, which you will be, it happens. If you're wrong, you're able to get out for a pretty small loss because you're not the one that chased the green bar high and sat through 7 red candles and then got upset, hit the panic button and got out. You were the one who was patient, and that brings up a great point. If you want to be a good trader, you're going to have to work on your patience. Whether you're a momentum trader or a swing trader, it's all going to require patience to really let your plan develop and let things work out for you. So great example here of why I use the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. It just seems to work like magic sometimes. All right, so Farm Trader, that was an original comment that or question you had before I logged in, and so I was spending a little time there showing how to set up trade ideas for the microcap stuff. And I don't know if you caught that, Shar, or not, but in our config window, hopefully you've gotten a little bit familiar with this because this is where it all happens. In our config window, we just reminded people in the exchange tab that you can check these pink sheets and OTCs if you want, but generally they're going to be picked up just by using our price alert filter. In this case, I've got between 5 and 300, but in my last example, this one, we have very, very low price alerts filters, 1 penny to $5. All right, so any questions? I'd like to talk a little bit about UAVS because this is one that I'm watching closely. And last week, remember we played the game where we go back and we kind of just understand where certain stocks find support and resistance. Well, in this case, UAVS has been using that 50-day moving average like a champ, and it just keeps adhering to it. A bit of noise here, a bit of noise there. But yesterday we posted our first close, and that's the key. The close underneath the 50. I didn't like that. UAVS has one more day to prove to me that I should stay in it. Now, I don't want to rain on people's parade, but I want to remind people, and I hit this hard last week. The chart should confirm the story. The story's there, and there's nothing wrong with the story, but sometimes the story just starts to die off until the crowd gets involved again. And personally, I don't like to be involved in these guys, these highly speculative plays. I think it's a great one, by the way. The story is a great one. But I don't like to be there unless the chart confirms it. I've just lost too much money letting these things bleed me until the story comes back to life. So with that said, if this does not close back above the 50-day moving average, I'm going to get out of this one, but I'm always going to be ready to revisit it if it can get back above and post a close back above. All right, so Farm, how do you pull up config window on the web version? Okay, the web version is going to be a little different, and I'm happy to make an example of that right now. So let's do that. Let me bring up a new window here, and we'll go to the web version. And there's a couple of things that you need to kind of be aware of. The application version is so much better, but we do not have a version for, here we go, web access for Mac. So oh boy, do I have to log back in here? Let's see. Let's see if that works. I know I changed my password. Let me just make sure. Okay, I'm in the web version. The first thing you need to know about the web version is it comes with this preloaded container window. Okay, so this is your first drop-off point. If you wanted to add a new window, you would do new alert, okay? And then it just pops up like this. So essentially, you would just right-click and go to configure. And once you're there, you'll notice that the web version is the same layout as the application version for our configuration window. Now that was me just launching a new window. Let's say that you're wanting to configure something like this. You need to do this first, configure and pop out. Or what I do is I just, let's see what configure, there we go, configure and pop out. So that's one way to do it. Or you can come in here and just do pop out. And notice that that window is duplicated and is now outside of the realm of this container window. This container window is tied to over here. Pre-market is the most popular one. All right, so that's a place where you can start, but you can start popping things out. You can start adding new ideas. And let me show you a really, really important one right now. Let's do this, and I'll do this in the web version as well. So let me grab save and share. This is how we save and share our scans. I'm going to have to log back in to get that to work because I went on to the web version, reset connection, brings everything back up. I'm going to show you guys how to save and share and open and use pre-configured ideas. So here's my cloud code. I'm going to copy all this and I'm going to dump it in the YouTube channel. Now, watch what I do. I'm going to click on that YouTube channel link and it takes you to a landing page. This is the cloud code for the Jamdown Junior that I was just highlighting. So watch closely. This is the steps to receive anything that I share or you guys want to share with each other. Once you've clicked on that link, just go up here to the URL and that is our code. We're going to copy that code. And then we go to load from cloud. This is the same in the web version too. So load from cloud off the toolbar, load. And there it is. There's your copy. I have a duplicate copy. For fun, let's just go through on the web version and see if that still works. Account, login. Okay. Kicked me off the other one. So, here it is. It's under Tools, Load from Cloud. I think I lost my... No, that's not what I wanted. Let me try this again. Here we go. Let me go back to the window. I'll click on that. I'll get my code. Let's try this again. From the web version, Tools, Load from Cloud. Paste. There it is. Paste it in this window down here. Load. And there is Mr. Jamdown Junior Microcap using the web version. All right. So I'm going to log back in here to my downloaded application version, reset connection, and we're back in business. All right. Let me check over here. I see some questions coming in. All right. I enabled the AI with Brokerage Plus using paper trading with the IB gateway. The trade windows on the AI shows entry and exit for eBay, but I can't see an orders of execution tab. Let me suggest this, Hassam. Can you try maybe logging in to, like I'm in paper mode here, just messing around. Can you try logging in using the trade ideas simulated mode and see if that makes things a little easier for you? Also, if you're a little confused on why a particular order may not have triggered, the best thing to do, Hassam, is let me show you right here. You come to the toolbar, under under help. This button right here, all you do is click it once, and it sends your log files from the auto trading, the robo logs. And in those logs, we'll start to see, oh, this order was rejected because, and we can start to see that. So I would invite you to send that, click that button once, and info. I'm going to put the email here for you. info@trade-ideas.com. Please send your descriptive error and maybe what the actual symbols were that you got rejected on. Just be as specific as possible and send an email, and that email will become a support ticket, and we can delve in and take a big look. I'm not really able to do that here, but the only thing I can suggest here is maybe try that other connection method of using our in-house trade ideas. All right, good. That's resonating with you over there. I could do what I wanted. Is there a directory for the default color codes? Which color codes are you speaking of for a particular scan? I'll quickly show you. There's 3 different, and let's do a. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually missed John's question. I have set up a multi-channel alert strategy. I have back tested the strategy in 30 days. It made 3,000 trades. So I have set up max stop loss, but when I look at the trades I've been made, the losses are much higher. Okay, so real quickly, the way I use I'll get back to the color question, but I'm going to back test this jam down by. This is going to be a 1 hour time. Yeah, I'm going to go through the sample right now. So this is going to be a swing trade method, John, and I'll just show you a couple of the ways in which I like to use the back tester. Let's do this first. Let's just really open this up. We're going to scan the whole day. My timed exit is tomorrow plus 2 days at the open. I like the market open on swing trade scans because you catch a gap up, and a lot of times that exhaustion gap will fill. Risk management. I just keep it as simple as possible. So I'm doing swing trading, right? So I would like to have a bit of wiggle. I'm giving my 3% stop loss, and I'm giving a 10% profit target. Pretty much risking 3 to make 10. Advanced. I'm only going to sample like 25 days here, and I'll show you why in a minute. And then summary, this tells it all. So we're going to run the first run, and we can start to refine some things. I think this will really help you a lot, John, because when you get 3,000 trade returns, that's not exactly something we can use on a daily basis. That's just too much noise. And after we do this, I'll talk about the 3 basic window scans and how to deal with the colorization. Okay, so big drop off here. Don't know what's going on, but here's the first thing you're going to want to do, John. After you run your first run, look, I've only got 140 trades, probably because my filters are pretty tight. But you want to come to this optimization tab, and the first thing we want to do is look at price and see if there's any anomalies. There usually isn't, but here's where the anomalies start to jump in. The time of day in which the alert came out. Well, this is interesting. Look at this. The first half an hour of the day, I've got a lot of trades, and they're all giving me red. Low win percentage, low profit factor, low winning. So what if I start to come and just say, I like this trade strategy between 7 o'clock and maybe 8:30. Why didn't that run longer? Let me just make sure. It should have run longer. Okay, so nothing really came out much after that, I guess. So what if we run it again starting at 7 o'clock? Let's run it again, and we'll start at 7 o'clock my time, and we'll let that first half an hour, which often is the case in backtesting, that first 15, 20 minutes is a lot of noise and a lot of mess. So now we can rerun and we can recompare only that 1 hour window of the day that seems to really work, even though I didn't close down the back end. Let's just see what we get here. All right, a bit more green. It looks a little better. Optimization time of day, it still seems to be stopping at 8:29, probably because I have a time filter in there. Let me do something here real quick. I think I might have a filter in there called time of day, which is suppressing the rest of the day. Yep, there it is right there. I gotta turn that off. Now we gotta run it. This will make much more sense now. See, it was stopping at an hour and a half or 2 hours after the open because I had it that way. We need to open it back up and run it again. Yeah, Yoda, if you're having a hard time linking trade ideas to eSignal, I would suggest go to our website and jump into the bottom live chat in the chat bubble there, and either William or Bill can show you some good ideas and maybe even have some documentation for you on how to make that particular link work. Okay, so here's our second run. Let's go back to optimization, time of day, and there it is. Look, you can see it ran all the way into 12 o'clock, which is my West Coast time. Let's do 15-minute intervals here, and we'll see. Oh, shoot, I need to do that again. I want to run that again. 1 second. I want to get the full day's reading here because it is a very powerful tool, John. And once you kind of know how to weed through some of the noise, it's pretty cool. So again, we're rerunning. Okay, this is obviously a relation to the big sell-off that we had recently, but before that big sell-off, it was working great. Back to optimization, time of day, and there it is. You can see that first half an hour period. Let's go to 15-minute intervals. That first 45-minute period, look at that, a lot of red. But then it starts to really kick in at 10:15 Eastern and dies down here about 9. So let's rerun. It'll be a 7:15 to, what was that? What do we call that? 8:59, 9 o'clock, roughly. This is our sweet spot of the time of day in which this strategy seems to work the best. Now we will rerun it, and we will clip out the remaining period. Yeah, for external linking, Hassam, if you need help, go to our website. And on our website, trade-ideas.com, notice the live chat bubble at the bottom right. Pop in there, and either William or Bill can have some documentation on the target that you're trying to link to and give you some more help. It's kind of trial and error, and I could spend 10 minutes here doing that, but I think they'll have much more documentation for us. Okay, so here's our better run. Summary versus summary. Hey, that's a lot better. Definitely, our average winner was 278. Average loser was 159 on the second run. But I'm going to give you one more step, John. Some of the things you might want to do is you maybe tighten up some of the filters of volume so you don't have as much low volume stuff coming through there. Do the optimization, which we just did, the time of day. But here's where the real deep dive can come. You can go to other filters and say, well, how does the scan do on a day when the S&P change? S&P change today, there it is. Let's compare it to the S&P change. And let's do quarter point, percentage point intervals. Okay, look at all this red. This tells us when the S&P is down 1 to 3.5%, you don't want to touch this strategy. When the S&P, when the S&P is kind of flat to not down that much, most of our trades are coming. This is the sweet spot right here. So only 4 trades there, but 9 trades here. We're going to just say, watch how we do this here. We're going to clip off all the rest of this. We're actually going to reconfigure from this window. Right click. We're going to set the strategy saying the minimum value of the S&P cannot be less than 0.5%. If it is, we're not going to take the trade. So we click OK, and here it comes. There's our configuration. It popped it in there for us. And based on optimization of past data, that tells us something. So we're going to run it from, again, the backtest strategy from the actual scan, because we made a configuration change. Okay, we can't run it again. We made a configuration change, so we have to go back to the scan. But we'll go ahead and just click buy now because that new S&P filter is in there. And I'm going to bet it's going to really refine this scan and give us much better results. And that, hopefully, John, will open your eyes to a few things on how to make the backtesting work better. Don't get so hung up on stops and targets. Just try and optimize what's the best time of day this thing works, and maybe how does it work compared to the S&P. And you could even go back and compare the VWAP. A lot of people might look at VWAP and see the distance. If it's way above the VWAP, it might not be good. We might, oh my God, look at this. You see what we just did? We took 160 trades and we trimmed them down to 58. And the average winner is 265 and the average loser is 112. It's a pretty good improvement just going through the optimization process. So John, I would recommend you kind of play around with the optimization process. It's pretty cool and can open your eyes to probably the best way to approach some of these things. So I'm going to back up now, and somebody asked about, is there a directory for the default of color codes? So for the new users in here, I want you to understand there's 3 types of scans at Trade Idea. There is the alert window with an A. This stands for alert, and in all of our alert windows, we need 2 functions. We need an event. In this case, the event is our new low. We can't have this function work without an event. New high, new low, red to green, green to red, whatever you want. But the filters will determine when we do or do not see it. These can be color-coded by just right-clicking and going to Properties, and you can make whatever color you want. So there's really no right or wrong way. The default is red because red makes sense. The second of our window suite is the T window, the top list window. This does not require an event. There are no events in here. There are just filters. And there's no option to choose an event in this in the search. No new high, nothing, just filters. So a T window is nothing more than a subset of filters. And this window will update and refresh every 30 seconds. If any stock symbol is no longer satisfying all the filters, it will drop off because they are all or none. If a new symbol all of a sudden satisfies the filters, it will pop up. But the location on here is determined by how I want to sort. It's basically like a spreadsheet, a real-time spreadsheet. Notice that my colors and my columns are sorted on the short float. So I'm bringing up to my eyeballs, they're bringing to the top the ones with the highest short float. These are the ones that might have the highest potential to have a short squeeze where they realize they have to get out and they have to buy to get out. The third of our suite of scans is called the multi-strategy. Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, on the colorization for the T window is Properties and Colors. However, this one, the T window, you can get really, really advanced in how you select. You can get really, really advanced. You see all this here? We're doing gradients. So if you'd like, I can drop a short video on how to use this color palette to make the T window spreadsheets really work in your favor. Matter of fact, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. There's no reason to tease you for it, anybody else. I have a short video on how to colorize the top list windows. Let me grab that for you. Top list colors. There it is. Okay, so there you go. Voila, here you go. Voila, paste. That video right there is going to really help you a lot on the T windows. One more quick note on the color, the M windows. These are multi-strategies. So look, we have 4 different strategies. This doji has the green color. The hammer strategy has the pink. Bottom tail has the blue. Green bar reversal has black and green. So those are the 3 different combinations of colors that you would encounter trying to configure here. All right, I think with that I caught up. If there's anybody else that wants to take us in a new direction here, maybe you want to have help scanning for something, or you need help understanding something, let's take a look at the market. here's what I'm seeing, and this is what I'm going to discuss today in my afternoon webinar. First off, notice the gap up, 10 period moving average, kick the price back into play, and we're kind of fighting with that 10 MA right now. Keeping an eye on that. What do I see in the daily? I see that we are not in the clear. We have a giant sandwich going on here, and I think we're going to start to see some of this, quite honestly. Big headwinds here in the moving averages, and it's pretty much the same story over in the NASDAQ. Price tried to threaten, and I talked a lot about this in Shar's Discord group, that on Friday, the only thing I was watching was the NASDAQ to ensure the NASDAQ did not post a close below the 50. Well, it posted a slight close, but boy, it put up a good fight. Popped back up into play yesterday, but the same thing is happening here in the NASDAQ, in my opinion. These moving averages are going to have something to say about it. It looks like they respected this one, and it looks like they are today still kind of respecting this one. So again, I kind of see us coming into a tight range wedge in the next couple days. Okay, got some nicely optimized strategies, but odd high profit win percentage. 312 trades for the average loser. Okay, average. Yeah, see, that's what's going on, Hassam. Let's go back to, and I want to just try and give you guys my philosophy on this. There are a lot of people out there that like to just really boast their win percentage. But if their win percentage consists of 5-cent winners and 4-cent losers, I'm not interested. You're just spinning your wheels. Let's run this trade again. Win percentage has nothing to do with anything. Risk management has to do with everything. How are you managing your trades? I have the data. I can't show it here, but literally in my accounts that I trade, my average loser is 2.5%. My average winner is 8 to 10%. Now, when you have a strategy that only spits out 56% win percentage, that might turn some people off, but what they're failing to recognize is that's not what it's all about. This is what it's all about. Average winner, 265. Average loser, $1.12. My actual performance, as I said, was better than that. This is just historical, back testing. How do I get away with getting such a good win-loss percentage? Let's go back to what I was just saying a minute ago. UAVS is not showing me any reason for the next 4 hours to stay in this thing. I love the story. I don't want to get out, but I'm going to if it closes like this. And when I do things like that, I'm managing my risk. It's a very small loser if it was to close right here. It wouldn't be much of a loser at all, and that's how I get low losers. It's when you start to just say, well, these guys aren't getting it yet. The market doesn't understand what I understand. Well, you can have that attitude, but it's going to probably bleed you a lot of percentage points until you do wind up being right. So little things like risk management can add up at the end of the month. Things that I do will help me get back into an average 2.5% loser to an average 8 to 10% winner. So it really doesn't come down to win percentage. And I hope that makes sense. And you typed makes sense. Good. So get focused on what's your average winner and what's your average loser. I see people on YouTube and they're just so excited to brag about their 90% win-loss ratio, and it just means nothing to me, honestly. You've got to learn how to manage trades. Trade Ideas platform is a wonderful, wonderful way to approach your trading. If I didn't have it, I'd be lost without it. Let's just put it that way. But it's not the end-all, be-all. I talk a lot about human beings and machine working together in a symbiotic relationship. We can't just turn our back. Screw you, Netflix. We can't just turn our back on the market and our human approach and just think that the machine is going to do it for us. The machine is going to help us make excellent curated ideas, but it comes up to us to manage these trades. Somebody's typing UBX. Well, look at that. UBX coming into today meant nothing, but for whatever reason, it's breaking out of an extremely tight range. Very interesting. Let's look at our metrics. Doing 1.5 times normal volume. Very good. 5-minute volume is solid. 1-minute volume is solid. Oh, look. Where did it find support today? How about that? 15-minute chart with a 10-minute moving average. When I see things gap up and go sideways, 9 out of 10 times, they're just waiting for this moving average to catch up and push and kick the price into play. It's as simple as that, guys. If you got 9 different indicators on your charts and you're waiting for all your planets to line up in retrograde, you're gonna be suffering from over analysis paralysis, and you're never gonna get anything done. So whoever wrote that, that's a good looking chart. I would not get out of this thing. Let's look left. I mean, hey, I don't know what the story is, but this thing could have a lot of room to run up to $5. My top 10 effective filters. Okay, so let me just explore you guys. Let me just introduce you guys to this one. This is going to be the #1 filter. It is called the SCORE, the C-O-R-E, Stock Composite Rating. The guys here at Trade Ideas, market specialists, all of them, came up with a way to compete with Investor Business Daily's ranking. IBD's ranking only updates, what, once a day, once a week? I don't know. Once a day, probably. Well, our SCORE updates in real time throughout the day. And this SCORE filter essentially encapsulates and puts under the umbrella 7 or 8 nice technical filters and a couple of fundamental filters as well. So all we have to do is give it a score like a college student. All right, stock composite rating, 80. What does that mean? It means I just bypassed all of the must be above the 50, must be above the 20, must be above the 10, must have a good 20-day range, must be positive and last, all that stuff. It's all been done for you by just popping in a score. So think of it like a college bell curve. If I put 90 in here, I'm going to see really strong charts going from lower left to upper right. If I put 80 in here, I'm saying, well, I'll take the B students and the A students. So just think of it as like a college grading curve. So by doing this, we've already set ourselves up to have strong charts. Let's just click through some of these. I'll zoom out a little bit. Above all the averages, above all the averages, above most of the averages. Strong chart. Not a great chart. What's this 81? This thing barely made the cut. But the reason it's near the top is that it has 23% short the float. So maybe you guys can see the wisdom in this scan here. I'm trying to find things that have very strong scores, but the ones where we have a lot of short sellers, these idiots have missed the boat somehow and they're about to get burned and torched. And I want to keep an eye on them and participate. So in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll just come through here and I'll start looking for things that aren't extended. Okay, like maybe this LVGO. This is interesting. Although, you know what? I don't like it because it's under the moving averages. I would rather find things that are moving sideways. Maybe the CRHS is eventually going to try and do something, but probably not. Nothing at the moment really grabs my eye on here. But when I do see something that I like, I will, there we go. I'll say, okay, well, if this, I don't like that one. I would have liked this one yesterday, and I would have put a price alert right there. I would have said, hey, today if the price gets above that, it would have triggered right on the open and said, oh yeah, that's right. Look at this thing, LGF.A. Beautiful chart, a score of 80, nice flag, and it broke out of its flag, and boop, there it goes. So it's a 1-2 punch. The 1 punch is the Trade Ideas top list showing me the ideas curated, but the 2 punch is me going through one by one and saying at a certain level, I like these. Right there. Right click, create price alert, put my notes in there if I want notes why I like it, click set, and this thing will pop up in my face the minute it breaks that level from the underside and moving up through it. And that becomes my moment to possibly participate. All right. So some more effective filters. The relative volume. If you are a momentum player, you're going to want to have stocks that have some relative volume in there. So you might put maybe 1.2, 1.3 in the minimum column just to ensure that you're getting at least 20 or 30% more volume than our database shows for that stock at this time of day. And this time of day is the operative word. Okay, UBX stocks like this. the best scanner to catch configurations. Yeah, so let's go back. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what you do. So I'm going to add a new data point on my single stock window to try and measure what the hell is happening here in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20 days. 20-day range percent. What was the 20-day range percent for this thing? Show column. That can't be right. It's not 69%. Coming into today, though. Coming into today, it was much tighter than that. Because it's including today. That's the problem. So when this alert went off earlier, if we were trying to scan, here's what I would do. And let's see if we can catch it. Why not? What's going on here? So it's a stock that's under $5. It's making a new high. Relative volume is there. Average volume is good. So let's try and make a new scan and see if we can back into this thing. Start from scratch. New high will be our alert, our event. But we want to see that new high coming out of a very tight range. Let's look at this 5-day range here. I'll just park that there for a second. This 5-day range was 284. Yeah, it's a lot bigger than I thought. 284 to 330. So that's about 15%. So let's do this. Right-click, configure. 20-day change. I know I already added this. No, I didn't add the filter yet. I'm sorry. Can't be more than 20%. Let's just say that. Price, maximum $5. Average daily volume. Here's where we're going to weed out all of the junk. Average daily volume is 1.5 million. So let's do average daily volume 1 million. Okay. What else can we get? I think we would want to also configure for the 1 minute volume. Percent. 1 minute volume. 1 minute volume percent. Add filter. We want to see at least a minimum 5 times normal on that one. Let's do 5 minute volume. And add that filter. Let's say we want that to also be 500%. Oops, come on. Don't freeze up on me here. Add filter. There we go. 500%. Here's a little trick. We're going to hit the button called Hide Unused. That's going to really clean things up for us. Yeah, let's just see what's in here. History, today. A lot of stuff coming out. Very active. But here's the way to see if we isolated a particular stock. Configure. Window specific filters. I'm sorry. Symbol list. We're going to isolate one symbol only. Single symbol. UBX. Can we catch a UBX? Hey, we caught it. Now, how often did we catch it? When was the first time we caught it? 645. How's that? Does that work for you guys? I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there. There's other names in addition to UBX. But there's probably things we could do to really quiet this scan down, because if I go back to symbol list, back to all symbols, how much stuff do we have in here today? You know, not too many. I mean, I've seen about a dozen names so far. There's maybe 24 names now. Not too bad. So I'm going to give it to you guys. Now that you know how to receive a cloud code, and you guys can play with it individually. You can change parameters, you can change price levels, You can do whatever you want, and it's called Edit Me. So you can just have it for what you wish. All right. Have I missed any questions? I don't think so. You guys got me for another 10, 12 minutes or so. I do believe I'm caught up on questions. I'm always happy to look at some of your little pet stocks, you know, the ones that you really love the story on. And if you'd like an honest opinion, I can let you know if the chart confirms the story or if it doesn't. It's up to you guys. Okay, EVRI. Does the chart confirm the story? It sure does. And it's got a special bonus today to tell you about. Do you see the 200-day moving average and how this stock was repelled by it on those 4 days? Well, all you got to do sometimes is realize they're out of strength, pull the battering ram back, give the troops a hot, fresh meal, a nice warm shower, and a new dry grip on the battering ram, and then it goes through. Very good looking chart. Let's see if the intraday momentum is intact on the 15. Sure is. I almost feel like you're setting me up with this one because you knew it looked good. EVRI is adhering to intraday momentum. EVRI is doing 30% more volume than normal. So all systems are go for EVRI today. If you were one who is a short-term trader and you're starting to itch to take profits on EVRI, what I do was, as I said, once I get up 8 and 10%, I start itching to take that profit. Well, I don't want to leave money on the table either, and nor does anybody else. So the minute a 15-minute candle closes underneath that line, you know, maybe we get another 25 cents out of this thing. And in the last hour of the day, maybe a 15-minute candle closes. And it's very important to let the candle close because these candles will try and fake you out. And they'll pop right back up and draw a new candle right above the 10 SMA. And then if you got out, they're kind of laughing at you. So I wait for that candle to close, and believe it or not, it's still very early. There's a lot of stubborn people out there who don't recognize when that price rolls over that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. That's usually the signal that a couple days of momentum is about ready to die. And that's when I get out and take my profits. I'm also known to take profits on a big, big green candle run, but if I look left and it's slamming right into a resistance level or a 200-day moving average or something that makes sense to me as a resistance, I'll just go ahead and hit the sell button and let people come and take the price that I'm dangling out there. It's a very satisfying way to exit a trade. Greg, I just bought some UBX. You talked me into it. Not too much, but looks good. Let me just, because I believe that our floor is probably well defined down here at 312. Again, you're 50 cents into the money, so you did good by not buying too much. Let the price wiggle around. Maybe it pulls back and gives you a better entry price, a little bit lower, around 350 or 340, and you can add to it tomorrow. Who knows? Okay, AXGT is the next request to take a look at. 2 really good days of movement. Currently is doing just like the last one we looked at. It is trading through its 200-day. We certainly want to see that. Oh, look, here's a wonderful example of what I was just talking about. If you use that bottom tail before the candle closed, you got faked out. They shook you and they took the coins out of your pockets. So wait for those candles to close, and when they close like this, that's just even better in my book. It's just a nice victory. Reversal candle, kick the price back into play. Where is the edit me? Oh, okay. It should be the last one I just dropped in there. I'll drop it again. That should be it, right? Oh no. Oh, did I not do that? Oh no, I didn't drop the right one in there, did I? So let's go back to crap. I didn't put the right link in there. What about recent settings? Recent settings. Is that it? I think it is. Nope, that's not it. Darn. So yeah. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, it's there. Hold on a second. Let me just see. What the heck? Hold on a second. Oh man, I don't think I did it correctly, did I? Nope, I didn't. So let's rebuild that real quick. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. Anybody over 50 knows what I'm talking about there. The $6 million man. New high. Add alert. Filters. We wanted the 1 minute at 500%. We wanted the 5 minute at 500%. We did not have change from the close. We had a relative volume, I think, of 1.3. We had an average daily volume of 1 million. We'll do 1 million. And we had a price of 0.01 to 5. And we had a 20-day range not to exceed 20%. Let's confirm that we did in fact catch. Remember, we're going to go to the symbol list and we're going to go to single symbol. This is how you find, did it catch this thing? And what are we trying to catch? We're trying to catch UBX, right? Yeah. UBX. No. UBX. Okay, okay. Oh, no, we didn't catch it. What did we do differently? What did we do differently? Link was fine for edit me, but it wasn't the one. Yeah, what did we do differently? Oh boy. I can't remember. Was it this one? No. Oh boy. It looks like I blew it because I did not copy the. Okay, so somebody's catching what I might have done wrong. I thought these were the same settings I had for the last one. 1 minute, 5 minute, average daily volume was 1 million shares. Relative 20-day range not to exceed 20%. Oh, did you get it? Okay. Well, I'm glad you guys got it. Because it looks like, I think Barry's back in the room. Let me just see here. Yeah, he's streaming now. So guys, I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to save my voice. Damien's got one. You're gonna. Damien might be dropping something in there. I guess I just screwed up and forgot to copy that link before I dropped it in there, and then I closed the scan. But if somebody else has it, by all means, go ahead and drop it in here. But I've got to run. Thank you all for your time. Please remember, if you're from Shar's Discord group, we do this every day. So you can come in here and every day and get another voice. I'm the Tuesday guy, but we've got a lot of great guys. Monday is Sean. Sean is an expert at options. So if you want to save your options questions, come in on Mondays at noon Eastern for Sean. All right. Thanks all. I will talk.
You know, that's a big pullback now for LEU from 13, almost 1350 back down to 13. That's what you have when you have a low float situation. You get some wild, quick fluctuations. Okay, watching a bus ABU, watching a bus right here, watching ABUS right here. See if this holds this little pop, or if it's going to continue down. I mean, obviously, you know, there's the low of the day, 282. But if it can take that out, you know, there's 242 is the 200-day moving average. Well, that CKPT is given a couple of opportunities. Well, actually, probably four opportunities today. Right off the bat, on a long, then a short, then a rebound long, and now a short again. And, you know, pretty significant moves percentage-wise. I think IPOB hit a little over 17 in the pre-market. I believe it did. Yeah, 1702 in the pre-market. So yeah, it's still ramping up. 35 million. I have no idea what the float is. You guys would have to, I don't know, check another source. I have no idea what the float is. Look at the volume, 35 million shares. So, you know, I mean, this is what can happen. This is just a SPAC, and they've made the announcement. I don't know if this was known ahead of time, or if this was probably was in the works. I don't know if this is the solidification of it. Well, plus, that's a SoftBank company, Open Door, to go public via Social Capital 2 merger. Wow. Interesting business. Open Door buys properties from sellers and makes repairs at a service charge and then lists them for sale. I am continuing to watch ABUS to see if this maintains underneath 3. Okay, can you guys hear me on YouTube? I don't know if Steve has left yet. I'll be doing my video pretty soon. HCAC, a new high, all-time high. I think they are already linked up with some company. I can't remember which one. So this one is inching up. 572 was the alert. 587 now. 587 now. This one inching up. 624 on the alert. 631 now. All right, so I don't know if Steve is out yet. Okay, guys, I have to do my video now, so I'm not sure if Steve has left a YouTube feed, but I'm going to be doing my video, so I'll put that announcement in there. I'll be back before 125, but just in case there are some technical issues I have. And if you do want to follow, you can sign up for my videos that I do every day. Okay, in order to do that, just, oops, what happened there? The resolution went down. There we go. In order to do that, just click on that link, Barry's homepage link. Click on the link, and right here, watch the daily market recap videos. You can sign up for it, all free, of course. Okay, guys, so I'll be back at about 125. So I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, you guys are looking at Apple. Let's see what Apple is doing. I guess this is exponential, so let me back this out. Killing it. I guess a little run here, I suppose, but not sure about killing it, but CBAT from yesterday. CBAT. I remember this one. Somebody brought this to my attention yesterday, but I wasn't too enthused about it because it was under $1. But I see now it's over $1. Yeah, this is not. Actually, it is shortable. It is shortable. It would have been a nice short, actually. CBAT would have been a great short. And on this level down to $1. Nice. It would have been about a 15 to 20% gain. So today is Tuesday, so there's a market meeting at 2 o'clock that I do attend. Yeah, look at that daily for CE and X. Look at the last 2 days, these two big topping tails on the daily for CE and X. Let's see what Alcoa is doing. See if it's following suit. ARNC. Let's see if it's doing the same thing. Not really. So Cenex is kind of doing its thing. CENX is kind of on its own with this two big 15-minute candle drops. So what are they doing? Dropping the tariffs now? Or reducing the tariffs? Well, I knew it would be Canadian, yeah, but so what are they doing? Reducing them? Reducing them or dropping them completely? So they remove them. Huh, okay. So short-lived. All right, a little bit of a red bar now forming on the SPY. A little bit of one. All right, now this is a 4-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart, I suppose, and it's holding that 12. I suppose argument could be made 12:30 or so. If it gets there, then it could maybe resume somewhat. So I'm going to stick an alert at 12:31 and see what happens for LEU. So this had a great day yesterday. AMX, South American mobile carrier. Great day. Looked good at the beginning of the day, but is really giving it up now. AMX as in xylophone, not S. Meanwhile, man, oh man, WVE. Now there was pullback here. Definitely there was a pullback, but the original alert for WVE, 1502, 1608 now. Another red bar ignored. Oh, what a narrow little body too on that red bar. Reason why that's nice is that if you're going to follow these sort of patterns, you have to have a stop, of course. So you can put the stop at the bottom of like the bottom of the red candle, and so that's going to be very narrow, so it'd be a very tight stop. All right, guys, this one should trigger actually. This VRS. It's through the 200-day moving average. What's the high? I'm surprised this hasn't triggered over here. Am I missing it? Because it meets the filter requirements. It is part of my watch list. And relative volume is fine. Volume is fine. I'm not sure why it hasn't triggered. It is taken out, is above the high of yesterday, 1440. You know, guys, this could be a really, really interesting one. Depending how it closes, I might take this one and hold it. This is the IPOB, depending how it closes. If it closes well, I think it might be interesting for a second day continuation. Now, it's a pretty mighty gap. So that's the only issue. Nice Meadows. On the flip side, look at SFM. Wow, this has got a lot of room underneath SFM. There it is. Okay, so now it triggered. VRS just triggered. A little bit above the 200-day moving average. Not much. You see that blue, I'll get it right. The green line right there. That's the 200-day moving average. So you see yesterday it tried, finished just below it. This morning, I mean, it was getting hit a little bit hard. Completely recovered. Over the 200 moving average again by a little bit, 8 cents. So guys, I'm just going to reiterate what I was talking about with the ATNX. Yes, it got stopped out and then gave you another chance to get back in. Right here was the re-entry price of 12.44. That's automatically calculated by the AI. You would have had a sound alert on it. And when you got the alert, wasn't bad because it just based here for a while. It didn't, not like it dropped down again. And then it gave you an opportunity to take the trade. You could have got rid of some here. And if you're still in it, from 12.44 almost up to 13 now. I like when we first got this alert, I really did like it because I like looking left and I like to see this nice gap. The problem is it just moved immediately down. It got stopped out almost immediately. Yeah, it's a pretty general question, Chris. As a newbie. Well, listen, as a newbie, I wouldn't have a problem sitting out the first 30 minutes, let things kind of settle down. Yeah, you're going to miss the runners, absolutely, but it will allow you, to perhaps prevent yourself from chasing things that look good and then drop immediately on you. But when you say, do we need to? Everybody is different. Everybody is different. There's no right or wrong way. But if you're brand new to trading, I would say there's nothing wrong with sitting in your hands for the first 30 minutes to let things kind of settle down. Some of the trades I take, I rarely trade in the first 15, and quite later. When did I take the CKPT as an example? It was 10 o'clock when this was happening. It was 10:15, so I waited 45 minutes for that trade as an example. I've just seen too many times, especially in the first 15 minutes, where stocks, they whip up and then they, like AAL, a classic example. I'm not saying this is But here's a great looking 15-minute chart for AAL and the rest. And the rest of the airline industry. Look what happened. I'm not saying this happens all the time, of course, but a lot of times this is exactly what happens. You get a big pop, then you get a big drop. I like to see things settle down. Now, this is 30 minutes. It still hasn't. It took a while before this really settled down. So, but I see this happen all the time. All right, well, Nielsen, if Peloton is crashing, as you call it, now there is a green bar ignored, narrow body. What would have the trigger would have been 1682, a little bit below that. Look at the NLS. Okay, guys, I have to change my headset. Just a minute, please. All right, I'm back. Oh, I see. Apple Fitness Plus. What does that mean, though? But unless it's a machine, I don't understand. Apple's not getting into fitness machines, right? But they're getting into the software that Peloton uses. Ha! 20 seconds. No, I understand. I understand that Peloton is not just about a machine. It's the virtual training with live, etc. I get that. Boy, this one is coming back a little bit. What a run it had over the 3 months. It looks like RFP kind of stabilized a little bit, but now this is over the whole number again. Last week's high, this is RFP I'm talking about, RFP, and now the high last week was 525. When you look left, wow, this is some room. If this can take a five, I'm going to stick an alert right here around 526. If RFP can take that out, and then look left, look at the room it's got. The other thing to do, Krish, as follow-up question. I don't know if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but I mean, we've got the simulator here. Practice, you can practice trading before you start. You say you're a newbie. So, I mean, that's why we have the simulator. You can practice trading. Again, just if you want to use the simulator, you need to be using our app, not the web-based version. And again, click on New, Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. And then where it says Connected, just connect Simulated Trading. Let's take another one. VRS. So let's do this a little bit differently, okay? I want to show you how you can put a conditional offer in. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade a little over 1450. Okay, so what I do is this. I'm going to put 14, say 52 here. Also here. Okay, so it's in both spots. Now I'm going to buy. I'm going to go 200 shares, conditional order at 1452. So you see right on the chart, there it is. So if the price hits 1452, it's going to take the trade. All right, so this is what we call a conditional order. There's no 1 month free trial, no. You could also do it the other way. Let's say you wanted to play this on a pullback. Don't think you can order both trades in and conditional. I don't think you can. Let me try. I've never tried that. I've never tried both ways here. So let me try. So I'm going to put a conditional buy order also at 1439. I don't know what happens, to be honest. So let's just do it. So that would be buying on a pullback. Appears that this does work. Okay, so I can put though I don't see it here. I don't know why I don't see it here. I see it here. This might be a stop. No, I'm not sure that works. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it goes down to 1439. See if it takes the trade. Just don't know why I don't see it here. Oh, I'm sorry. You do see it here. It's the conditional buy at 1452 I don't see. So we see them both here. So I think, I believe that that's the way it's going to work. So if it hits 1452, it'll take the trade. If it hits 1439, it'll take the trade, both on longs. You know what? I may change this up. The only difference between these two right now, well, the only difference, and I shouldn't care here, is I'm going to increase the, see what I've got here. Yeah, 1 and 20. This is up to $10. If I increase this to 20, I don't need this one. Because this is still, why didn't DHC trigger up here? There's a red bar ignored right there for Ruth, RUTH, a red bar ignored right there. Beautiful uptrend, pause in the uptrend. Now, coming into the 200-day moving average. So this could be coming a short, guys. You know, as it gets closer to that 200-day moving average. A couple of things I like about it. It's just underneath the whole number also. So the whole number could have stalled it regardless, but now we've got the 200-day moving average also. So I'm going to stick an alert right about here, 83. See if it gets up there to 1283, closer and closer to the 200-day. In which case, then I start watching it and see how it trades. Oh, I was wondering why I had this that alert. I wanted to see if this would take out, get down to 1280 or break into 1270s, but no, it's just kind of consolidating now, ABUS. The trend change pro topless in the trader. You'd have to give me the link. You know, I mean, I've got a trend change, also a trend reversal. You'd have to. Can you just give me the link then? I can load it and just see what it looks like. You know, just click on the channel and then copy the cloud link in here so I can take a look at it. My guess is going to be very much like my trend reversal that I've got. One of the ones I've got here is trend reversal. Where are you? Trend reversal up. My guess is that it's going to be a little bit like that. Do you know how to put the link in? Okay. Crying my soup time, guys. Definitely on the WVE. I was watching, you know, I love this one yesterday. It just didn't move when I already had put in a bid move at the beginning of the day. It didn't do anything like this. I love this one because look at the room. This still has room. Okay, good. Eureka. That was a eureka moment for you. All right, let's take a look at this. Yeah, so I mean, I can just see right here. I mean, these are somewhat beaten up stocks. Now on the daily, not quite as, but certainly on the weekly, coming back. That's what it, yeah, you can see. It looks like it's more looking at the weekly chart, you know, trend, or like a reversal of the trend. You have to look at the monthly chart. So these are just stocks that are coming back. Now, they may already be a little extended. That's the only problem I'd see. You know, look at this one. Maybe now, see, this one is interesting. I mean, look how it's coming off the bottom here. Look like pretty good support right around that 12 level, and it's starting to come back. And I would say most of the stocks that you're going to see here are going to have room, or are going to have room. Okay, so that's how I interpret it. Trend change. You know, say, look at this one. I mean, the same sort of thing. Most of them will probably have room on the weekly or the monthly chart to keep moving if they want to. Okay? You know, look at Ha, you know, the same. It's an airline, of course, but yeah, I mean, in those, you have to look at the bigger picture. You'll see that a lot of stocks that are on my watch list, not necessarily are crawling from the bottom, but have room. You know, and having room always meaning looking at the bigger time frames. Well, you can take a look at my bouncers. Okay. This is a multi-strategy window. One of the scans I've got is the bouncers toppers. I can't guarantee it's going to look exactly that way, but bouncers toppers. So it's a multi-strategy window, and the bouncers are the one. Oh, let's just take a look. I'll just show you. And so there's CENX as an example, okay? Okay, there it is. I mean, is it going to bounce? I don't know, but I mean, you can see there's the look. Anything in blue is something that you might want to go long, and then on the flip side is the INSM, you know, that might be looking eventually to top out. Okay, so you can have that one, and you know, just see what sort of alerts you get. Basically, they're looking for stocks that have been, you know, has to have a certain number of candles in a row down. Okay, well then that's all I would have. Yeah, it's in the. All you have to do is go to the scans tab, and here it is. Just scroll up. Where are you? Bouncers, toppers, there's the link. Just click on the link and then copy the link and then file load from cloud, okay? It's a multi-strategy window, so you'll get looks of, you know, again, the INSM may be extended now. Just to give you an idea about what you know, so here are the filters. So I get an alert on a new 5-minute high. I don't know why I have that hammer there, but I probably rarely get this. But I get an alert when it's a new low or a 5-minute high. So the new low is alerting me, let's watch this one, see if it bounces. The 5-minute high could signify the start of the bounce. Okay, so it has to have 5-minute candles down and a low RSI. You know, those are the two key metrics, and below the VWAP. Almost for sure it'll be below the VWAP anyway. Okay, so those are the two metrics. The 5 candles in a row down at least, and then with a low RSI. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to, you know, just when you get the alert on the bouncers, doesn't absolutely 100% mean that they're going to completely reverse. You know, they may not reverse because remember, one of the triggers is a new low of the day. It may just, but the thing is that it may just keep, like the Cenex as an example. So, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to bounce here, but you know, for me to take this trade, it would have had to gone over 991, number one. It would have to take out the high of that 5-minute candle. Now, the other thing, though, is that it would be very close to the whole number. You know, at 10 especially. So you know, each trade has to be analyzed on its own. Or potential trade. Okay, guys, we're getting close to 2 o'clock, so my marketing meeting is going to be starting very soon. Well, you know, I see a lot of these SPACs that haven't moved that much or been chopping around, not too noticeable in terms of potential mergers, and they have all the volume right at the beginning. So there's Ruth getting close to that. I remember why I put that price alert in, but there it is, getting closer and closer to the 200-day. Okay, guys, I'm gonna just have to put the announcement in. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. I'm here if I can answer text-wise. All right, guys, I'm now back. Keep an eye on this CKPT, guys, as it really looks like it's trying to really consolidate at 4 CKPT. Let me just get rid of the announcement. Oops. Yeah, keep an eye on the CKPT. I mean, it's consolidating really nicely right here. All we be really waiting for is a big volume burst. Okay, so and if it went up to 405 or 408, if it's still a minuscule volume, then I'm not going to even pay attention to it. But what I'm going to do is maybe put an alert around 412. Not maybe, I've put an alert at 412, kind of the high of these little candles here, discounting the topping tails. So if we get an alert right there on volume, you imagine if we got something like this, doesn't have to be this big, but something in relation to the previous, all the previous volume bars, something that really stands out. We might, and I love the fact that it's just over the whole number 4. It may not have a ton of room. I mean, the high is 433, but let's pretend we get the alert and it runs 20 or 30 cents. It wouldn't be bad. Yeah, watching the game last night, Real, and I saw the ad for DraftKings. I just about fell off my whatever I was sitting on, DKNG. I'm just catching up on some of the posts. Well, I'm sticking to my guns on this IPOB. If it closes well, there's a good possibility I'm going to take some and try to hold it into tomorrow. Closing well would mean it would have to really, close near the high of the day. Oh yes, yes, definitely the CKPT, yes. Yes, but I need volume. I mean, it's starting to perk up. I don't know if there is a channel bar designed to find short opportunities, to be honest. PG, I see you asked that question in the YouTube. I mean, I thought there was one that's called weak stocks or something to that effect, but I'm not sure there's one designed specifically to find short opportunities. Let me just do a quick check to see what these are called. Earnings, account builders, stocks I like, momentum, surging. I mean, it depends what it depends what you're looking for. I mean, obviously stocks that are surging, I mean, you can find tops, I mean, it's not designed to find, to short stocks necessarily, but going down, here's one, and we can try this one. Okay, these are stocks that are moving down. Now, that's the only one on the negative side of all the channel bars, or all the channels in the channel bar. So you can take a look at that one and just see what sort of alerts we're getting. I'm sure these will be weak stocks. But does that mean you just short them? Obviously not exactly. All right, I am going to make a change here so that it doesn't get, I'm going to make a change. All I have to do is increase. So I'm going to lose the original ones. Okay. So now these two windows will be exactly the same. Not exactly the same. I'm going to not watch this one from 12:30 on. So I would, in fact, what I'm going to do is I will just put this one aside. There we go. Okay, well, you see what happened. Okay, so that worked in terms of, so remember I put this conditional buy order on a pullback for VRS. I think it was at 1439. Took the trade at 1440. Okay. And I like it. No, I'm sorry. I think, now I don't know what this means here. I don't know if this is now a stop. I'm going to let this run, okay? I want to see if this is a stop. It might be a stop, which is not what we want. So I guess the idea then, if you have two conditional orders, one on the high side, one on the low side, one gets triggered, you probably have to delete the other one. So I've never tried to do this. Boy, iPub. Oh my goodness. Look at the volume, 47 million shares. Give me a second here. I'm trying to find out some float information on that one. Okay, give me a moment. Now look at plural site again. I can tell you that this will be on the watch list for tomorrow. You can see exactly. Hopefully, you can see exactly why. You know, as long as it closes, you know, as long as it doesn't collapse back down to 16 or something, or you know, the lows here. Um, look at this. Look at this candle right there on the daily chart for PS. How it's taking this out. There's the 200-day moving average. So again, as long as it closes, you know, between 1770 and 18, And then this will be on the watch list, and we might have a continuation day tomorrow for PS. Okay, so DHC is awfully choppy looking. Look at the, there's 412, 410, 408. These are all the highs. This is 414, so there's a lot of stuff right there to get through. You know, it's at 408 right now. I'm looking at that weekly chart, looking at the highs. You know, I mean, if it can somehow, I'll stick an alert around 414. If it can somehow, you know, clear this, then when you look left, it has some room to the, you know, on this chart right there. Well, sorry, right there. I mean, it has a lot of room. You know, this could get to the 460, 470s without any other chart interference. All right, so look at the CKPT. It did not pop on volume. Okay, I was waiting for it. No, it still might happen later on, but at this point, that's why I have my price alert up here. But again, always on volume. Checking out some of these earnings plays. Mentioned this ASPU a long time ago, really did nothing. Yeah, some of the, not very interesting. I think is FedEx. Yeah, FedEx has earnings after hours today. FedEx, look at the move here. FedEx, FDX. All right, guys, so I'll be shutting the room down at 3. Well, there's not an alert option, okay? I mean, we have an earnings, I have my earnings plays, all right? So we're not in earnings season right now. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed, Krish. So we don't have, I mean, these are the earnings plays, today. These are companies that either released after hours yesterday or pre-market this morning. So these are again, not very many. Earnings season starts not to October, so mid-October, so about a month from now, we'll be back into earnings season. So we can certainly have alerts based on earnings, but not news. There are no news filters as such. We have a news tab, of course, so that when you click on something, you can see what the news is. What scanner? Well, this was pre-market. Okay, so the minute this was in my right here, as an example, my watch list up. Okay, so, whoops. But there would have been many scanners that would have found this. I mean, any scanner that has a stock making new highs on some volume. I'm just trying to see. I think I have a $20 limit on that. That's oh no, that's. But this was in my scanner right here, a watch list at 1620. I know you're going to say, well, why not? But you understand that this was the pre-market pop, so it already had popped up to the 16 level in the pre-market. But the pre-market scanner, this is where it found it. So, this is going to be something that was going to be watched probably all day long. So, what I use in the pre-market as an example. Pre-market actives, where are you? Actives up, pre-market actives up as an example. You can see IPA, now this continues, I mean, obviously we're not pre-market anymore, but when you look at this window from 7 in the morning, Eastern time on, you're going to see all the pre-market movers. iPod was one of them. So this was going to be watched today. Well, you have to look at the news. I mean, if they're going to be, they're merging with that company, that SoftBank company. So that's what they really do. Look at XPEV, guys. Again, I'm keep thinking that this, I mean, it's already rallied quite a bit from the bottom of 17. A little bit, only $3 though. Look at SPWH. This is that sportsman. So, okay, what is Smith & Wesson doing? SWBI, I think. SWBI. What is it doing? Okay, so it is not, but sportsman, SPWH, this is actually not doing too badly. Take a look, looking left, 1434. This will probably be on my watch list tomorrow. As long as it holds up in this area. All it has to do is take this out, and then there's this, and then look out. I mean, there's a ton of room. A ton of room. So just a word about the watch list. What you see here are the stocks that made it out of the watch list. Quite a few, actually. I don't usually get so many. The watch list has about 30 to 35 stocks in it, I think. So these are the ones that made it out of the watch list because they had all the right criteria. So again, if you just want to follow them, all you have to do is click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows or My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. Remember, everything here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. I never hold anything through earnings. Never, 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 ever do I hold anything through earnings. And that's just me. I just don't believe in gambling. I mean, some might say buying stocks in the market is gambling, but I just don't. I just will not hold anything through earnings. I seem to remember you posted that before today. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for Iran, but it's definitely. I mean, it was basing very nicely. Like nothing's happening, nothing's happening. And then all of a sudden, quite a big downturn for ELAN. I've seen the term. I don't know what a J hook is, but I mean, I'm just looking here. I guess that's a J hook. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, it probably be on my watch list for tomorrow anyway. Though the relative volume is pretty light, it may not make it. This is more of a longer term, but yeah. I mean, look at the room it's got. Even Netflix has had a great day, right? Netflix is up what, almost 5%, $20. Netflix. Are you sure it was a daily? Or was it the weekly? Yeah, I don't know what any I don't know what this is called. All I know is that I like what I see. You can, oh no, I'll wait till the end of the day. You know, I don't want to see a big sell off or anything like this. I need to see this close near the high of the day. So I'll make up my mind, you know, right before the close. And then I think what could happen if it closes strongly, could you know you could see some post market action. In which case, you know, depending on what it did, on the positive side, I may dump it then. I don't know. But no, I won't buy until you know right near the end of the day. That's what I thought. Not a daily. It was a weekly. See, real. I'm learning. That's a boy. This is just a to me. It's a great illustration of being patient and waiting for something to happen and not forcing the issue. You know, I mean, I was saying to keep an eye on the CKPT, see if it broke out, but only on volume. You know, and hit a certain price. There's a price alert right up there. Never hit the price alert, so number one. So it, you know, you don't have to anticipate. Boy, these SPACs are so all over the place. Look at that. You know, I have some of these thumbnail. That's why I can see what's happening with them. But look at the DPCH. Have to expand this 15-minute chart. So, you know, pre-market, great. Market opens, starting to drop. Big pop, drop. You know, what is it going to do now? Yeah, this Elan, wow, is this just getting trashed here? I mean, we're getting close to the 200-day moving average, 25.15, so it's about $1 away. Let's see, ELAN. You too, Zach, if you're still around. Some volume coming into INO also. INO, good volume coming in. All right, everybody, we're getting close to wrapping this up. Are there any other questions before I take off? Well, I don't trade Tesla, so I mean, if you're asking like a serious question, I just don't trade it. I mean, it's having a great comeback. I mean, there's the high after the split, the forward split. Looks like it could easily start to fill, but I just don't trade Tesla. All right, everybody, I think that's it. There's a wrap for today, and we'll do this again tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye.